ruin my life and yours.
Cappuccino, Holy Roast, and Whole Bean or Grind is available at shop.mychurch.com.
Hal, open the pod bay doors.
I'm sorry. I can't do that, KingDude.
Hal, why can't you open the pod bay doors?
Because, KingDude, MAGA Earth isn't ready for you yet.
When will MAGA Earth be ready for me, Hal?
When 1.76 trillion scales have fallen from their eyes. Oh.
Yes, Hal.
And KingDude, they'll also need a wicked sense of humor.
Don't be stuck in the broadcasting world of 2001. Grab a Crusade size update and catch the Mike Church shows weekdays from 7 to 10 a.m. East, exclusively on the Crusade Channel live talk and podcast radio for the 2025 listener, the way it should be.
Our saint of the day is Saint Martin of Tours. He was born of pagan parents in what is now Hungary and raised in Italy. He was forced at the age of 15 to serve in the army, and he became a Christian catechumen. He was baptized when he was 18. It was said he lived more like a monk than a soldier, and at 23 he refused a war bonus. He told his commander, "I've served you as a soldier, now let me serve Christ." After great difficulties, he was discharged and went to be a disciple of Hilary of Poitiers. He was ordained an exorcist and worked with great zeal against the Arians. Martin became a monk, living first at Milan and later on a small island. When Hilary was restored to his see following his exile, Martin returned to France and established what may have been the first French monastery near Poitiers. He lived there for 10 years, forming his disciples and preaching throughout the countryside. The people of Tours demanded he become their bishop. Martin was drawn to that city by a ruse, the need of a sick person, and was brought to the church where he reluctantly allowed himself to be consecrated bishop. Some of the consecrating bishops thought his rumpled appearance and unkempt hair indicated he was not dignified enough for the office. As death approached, Martin's followers begged him not to leave them. He prayed, "Lord, if your people still need me, I do not refuse the work. Your will be done." So now Rama Duwaji is an artist. Despite maintaining a low profile during her husband's campaign, she stirred up some controversy when she shared an Instagram post in October of a Palestinian influencer known for celebrating Hamas's October 7th, 2023 terror attacks, according to the New York Post. Rama Duwaji, the wife of New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, is reminiscent of Hunter Biden, they say, they being a leading U.S. artist, because of her rising profile, connections, and politically charged sketches. I'm Janet Huxley for the Crusade Channel, seeking news and finding truth.
For 9 years now, Brother Andre Marie's Reconquest has been your source for best in Catholic philosophy, history, and saints.
Well, I'm the new gal at this monastery, and Jiminy Christmas, after 4 years of auto pens, social media heresy, I could use some Catholic philosophy.
Well, call yourself a blessed girl, because new episodes debut Wednesdays at 8 Central, and there's over 475 podcasts available on the Crusade Channel, our app, and always on crusadechannel.com. Live talk and educational radio,
the way it should be.
Wouldn't be a show if we weren't late. If there wasn't a technical difficulty, a fire or 16 to put out, couldn't be the Crusade channel. It's impossible. We are live on the 10th anniversary. Asking the question of the day.
What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
Well, I'll tell you.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire. For a safe and secure society.
So I'm calling on Congress to pass these reforms, and I'm going to sign them into law. You call down the thunder, well now you...
No, you're not.
You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
Alrighty, our call-in line telephone number if you'd like to be on the program today. Look how festive that set looks there. 844-527-8723-8445 Crusade. Email address same as it ever has been. I am KingDude at protonmail.com. Crusader Stadium chat room is open at crusadechannel.com /chat. The public chat room is open that no one used yesterday. Not a single solitary soul other than people fleeing the regular chat room into the new public one that we set up just for all of you that are just getting an email just now going like, oh, hey, 10th anniversary show. It's on. It's live. Believe it. Hopefully the stream won't crash today, and hopefully there will be tens upon tens of thousands of people. Don't tell me that there's a problem. Here on the program, we're just getting ready to do the Apollo 13 countdown flight controllers. course, there wouldn't be an anniversary show or a show of any importance if a demon didn't try and screw everything up. Let's try this again to start with the question of the day.
What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
Okay, so far. And, well, I'll tell you.
In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the First Galactic Empire. For a safe and secure society.
So I'm calling on Congress to pass these reforms, and I'm going to sign them in the law.
No, you're not.
Call down the thunder, well, now you got it.
You tell them I'm coming, and hell's coming with me, you hear? Hell's coming with me!
I think hell snuck in the side door before we got started this morning. Anyway, we'll try this again. This is the third go-around, so welcome to the 10th anniversary. Is it connected?
It's connected.
Okay. You demons, I think you should go get the Epiphany water. I really think you should go get the Epiphany water and douse it in here because, okay, so we stayed up, or I stayed up till like 9 o'clock last night, which is very, very late, making sure that all of this stuff worked. I restarted computers, I rebuilt permissions, I checked all the audio, I ran tones and leveled everything out everywhere. I got all of the artwork done. Everything required to do this broadcast today was pretty much done and put to bed last night, so we wouldn't have to do it today. And with about 20 minutes to go, we ran through the Wirecast, checked all the connections, and we could actually do the Apollo 13 countdown and give everything a go. So, in about 3 minutes after 6, I plopped down here in the desk and goes, okay, let me I'm going to set the automation up here. There's one final check. And I looked over at Broadcast iMac, and it said no sound device detected. And I went, you have to be kidding me. So the program that does the broadcasting to the World Wide Web on the radio side said no sound input device detected. Well, I'm staring at it from here, from me to Udi right there. And I'm going like, I can see it. It's got green lights on it. So that is what put the kibosh. And then, folks, ladies and gentlemen, you can't imagine what it's like. And I don't know how the gremlins actually can get in this house. It's been blessed several times. There's holy water and sacramentals everywhere. We've both been to confession lately, so I'm not sure how a gremlin finds its way in here. The broadcast TV computer's mouse battery did not get an indicator that it was dead or dying and needed charging, and went out at 5 o'clock this morning. So I plugged it into the charger. Guess what? Bad charging cable. That computer, when I went to go try and rescue it at 6:03, mouse dead. They're rechargeable. These are really, they're great little mice, the rechargeables. But I have to tell you, I hate them because they give you no indication of how much battery is left in the stupid thing. And when it goes, it just dies. There is no indication that it's going to die, and it just dies. So for that one to go out and that one to go out at the same time, and then the audio card, the audio device over there to crap the bed, yeah. Beelzebub, Bagul, Baphomet, and the boys didn't want this show to happen. But hey!
That looks so good.
We're here. Look at the festive background. You have a camera angle there that you can go to. I just had to go to the StreamYard. So let me get it full screen. It's not a very good angle.
Well, there's only 2 places I could put a tripod here.
Okay, well, hi, Mom. So so you got the you had the second wide angle that you can use. There you go.
It had the light at the top, which I didn't like.
Lord, help us to get out of this room, please. Well, I suppose that's better.
That's better.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's better.
I mean, it's got a. We can raise that light during the break. I can reach over there and pick it up. So if you want to cut to it, then you have the wide angle. Okay. So in any event, thanks to all of you that are watching or listening out there anyway. Thanks for the well wishes. Our goal was to raise $10,000 by the end of this show today. That is going to take a mammoth, massive effort on the behalf of Crusaders out there and maybe people that are just listening for the first time. Guys, going, gosh, you guys made it to 10 years and I didn't even know you existed? Here, let me give you 20. Here, let me give you 10 for 10. So if that's you, you can make a donation of any amount. You don't need to go to anywhere to log in or do anything. You can just go to crusadechannel.com/donate. crusadechannel.com/donate. So, we have a lot of people who will be making guest appearances today. Let me see. Let me go down the list here. J. Arthur Bloom, next hour. Junk Bomb Greg Carpenter, next hour. Fiorella Nash, next hour, 8 a.m. hour. David Simpson, who, by the way, is a grandpa now. Just yesterday, yes. Suzanne Sherman at 9 a.m. and rounding us out, or maybe rounding us out. We may have to go to 11, do an Dancing with the Stars telethon. KV Turley with us at the end of the program. So yesterday, and thanks to all of our wonderful guests and everyone who hung around and watched or listened to the show yesterday, the rebroadcast of the last show on Sirius XM, which I hadn't heard in 10 years. So I heard it actually for the first time in 10 years myself yesterday. There's a guy that called. There's a couple of moments that stand out to me. Number one, dude called. His name is Brian from North Carolina. He called on the old Sirius XM Patriot channel. And he called to say, man, I am so sorry that this has happened. You have been a light of our life. We're new converts to the faith. Thank you very much. We're now homeschooling our children, and we're teaching them catechism here at the house. And he goes, but I think the news has impacted my 11-year-old son, Caleb, worst of all. And I said, okay. And he goes, but wait a minute. He wants to tell you. And I said, okay. So he hands the phone to his son, Caleb. He goes, howdy, miniature, how you doing? And doing his impersonation of me. And I said, I'm just fine, Caleb. How are you? And he goes, I'm just fine. He goes, I only have one question for you, sir. And I said, what's that? And then he goes,
What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
And, of course, we all busted out laughing because it was hysterical. And I thanked him for the call. And we had a bunch of people that had called in on that show. You know, I was listening to the show, and some of the people, they were saying, like, what's okay, TK, dude? So you're not going to be on the Sirius XM satellite radio airways. I'm going to follow you over to this new Crusade channel. I've never seen them. Of the 10 people that called that day and said they were following us over here to the Crusade channel, I've seen none of them. So Maggie is working out. If there's something wrong with the video, we checked it all. She's just nodding her head. So say a little Hail Mary for her. Is it just X?
When you prearrange X, it doesn't do.
It doesn't. You know, if you don't hit the mark. If you go 3 minutes past the mark, it really has terrible. The interface to connect with X is really not good. You'd think with all the money that Elon has that they could, because U-Boobs is flipping bulletproof. If you put the data in a U-Boob live video connection, even if you're late, It won't matter. As long as you put the data in and you have your stream key correct, YouTube will take your video. And it's just going like, no, you're not getting out of it. No, sir. You were doing live monetized broadcast today. X.com, not so much. If you put a time in on it, if you say, okay, we're going to go live at 6 a.m., if you're not on by 6:05, it cuts you off. It goes like, oh, okay, you don't like us. Well, screw you. And that's pretty much what happened. So we actually have lots to talk about. Supposedly the government shutdown is going to end tomorrow. The House of Representatives is not going to vote on it today. They're going to vote on it tomorrow. I don't know that they're going to actually vote on it because they would have to see whatever this stupid compromise is that has been worked out with Senate Republicans. And I don't know. It's so confusing. You can't get a straight answer out of anyone. Did Schumer make a deal with Thune? Or did people go over Schumer's head, Shaheen and Durbin and the rest of them, and make a deal?
Dick Durbin went over.
Oh, so Durbin went over. I thought that's what might have happened. We have actually a soundbite on that. I thought that. Okay. So so the Democrat Party is still, well, we have bad people in the United States, and then we have the Democrats. And we have the most hateful people ever assembled. And 10 years since we have started the Crusade channel, that has not changed. It is a tradition now, going 10 years, that we will speak with Doug in Chicago. Now, Doug, hold on to your butts. Hold on. I listened to the rebroadcast of show number 1 from the old studio on Coop. The Studio D, as we called it. And Doug was the first caller, and we put Doug on at about this time, about 6:20-something, on November the 11th, 2015, and we couldn't hear, there was no audio, and Doug was probably at his home in Chicago screaming into the mouthpiece, going like, "Can you hear me? Is this on? Hello?" And then I said, look, we're going to take a break, and when we come back from the break, we're going to try Doug again. So I ran into the engineering room, because I got to put all the different hats. I should do that today. I should put all the different hats on. So I put the engineering hat on. I said, okay, what could be fine? Wait. And then I knew there was a glitch in that phone system. So I went, I remember. So reset the device, came back in. We came back from the break. And then I went, Doug in Chicago, you're on the Mike Church Show on the Crusade channel. How are you?
Great. Good. How are you? And I guess I'd like to start off by saying the more things change, the more they stay the same with your gremlins. Yep. So 10 years ago we got gremlins, and you had some gremlins again this morning, but congratulations on 10 years, Mike.
Doug, thank you. And you have called, this is your 10th call then, every year since in the first hour. It's like Jay Thomas, the actor, going on the David Letterman show in the week before Christmas, and they go out into the parking lot of the Ed Sullivan studio and they throw the football. You're Jay Thomas with the football.
Yeah, and you're then what, Letterman? Right?
No, I'm not Letterman.
Yeah, I know you're not a big liberal. So, but anyways, it's fun to call in. Yes, it's a tradition that you and I have, and I'm just happy to be a very small part of your show. And you've had a tremendous run. It's been 10 years. What can we say? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, and I don't know how many more years you want to do it, whether it's 5 or 10 or more. But I look forward to calling again in the future and keeping in contact throughout the year. But yeah, the gremlins are out there. You know, they're all about. But just know that I will say my rosary for you today and your show, and for the listeners. And I think it's part of the great communion of saints that we're all part of. You know, trying to do our best to merit heaven, and you know, we all do what we can. And happy feast day of St. Martin of Tours to you.
Isn't it great that this happens on the feast day of St. Martin of Tours? Doug, thank you so much. We'll see you in a year, if not sooner.
We'll see you in a year. Congrats, Mick. God bless. Bye-bye.
God bless you, too. Okay, folks, so we made it through the first segment. Miraculously, crusadechannel.com/donut will be donate, not donut. So what I got on my mind.
Now we just talk about making hit records. Well, parody versions of hit records.
Join the KingDude and Jim Mosier as they pick apart the greatest parody songs of all time and the hits they were based on. It's Album Autopsy, exclusively on the Crusade Channel. Live talk and podcast radio the way it should be, and doesn't disappoint your mother.
Thousands of years ago, if you owned a book, you had to haul it home in a wagon, and you'd need your two oldest sons to carry it into the house. Then you'd need one family member who could read.
The story of Beowulf.
Another to hold the candle.
Hold it steady.
And another to turn the pages.
Not that close, you'll catch it on fire.
The good news for you is that was then and this is now. And now you have the Founders Trading Post store, where ordering, delivery, and reading your favorite books is literally a snap. Here's what's new this month.
A Gentleman's Guide to Manners, Sex, and Ruling the World. How to Survive as a Man in the Age of Misandry by S.K. Baskerville.
Hello, Crusaders. I'm Janet Huxley at the Crusade Channel News Desk with your Crusade Crucials for Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. Today's report is brought to you by the all-new Crusade Channel app, the best way to listen to the KingDude ever. An installation is just so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, and then open the app. It's literally that easy. In the market report, the Dow closed up 0.81% and the S&P was up as well, 1.54%. NASDAQ climbed 2.27%. Today, we honor the military veterans who served in the United States Armed Forces. The federal holiday coincides with Armistice Day and Remembrance Day, which marks World War I. These observances reflect the end of significant hostilities at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, when the armistice with Germany took effect. Initially, the United States observed Armistice Day as well, but it evolved into the current Veterans Day in 1954. Today is also National Sundae Day, bringing a celebration to ice cream lovers across the country. The oldest known record of an ice cream sundae is in Ithaca, New York in 1892. Our quote of the day, "He who possesses God lacks nothing. God alone suffices." Saint Teresa of Avila. And our saint of the day is St. Martin of Tours. You're listening to Crusade Channel News.
Hello, Crusaders. It's Trader Jill, a.k.a. Lee. When I want the best in live talk radio in the palm of my hand, I always have it with the all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app, even for technophobes, like Jim.
I heard that!
Listening to or watching the KingDude live or on podcast is just literally 2 clicks away, and installing the app is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. Tap Login Now or proceed as guest. See? It's really that simple. Don't ever be without the Master Chief himself. Again, no matter where you are, install the Crusade Channel app today.
The all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app is the best way to listen to the Crusade Channel ever. And installation is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. It is literally that easy. Install the Crusade Channel 2.0 app today at crusadechannel.com/app.
Now that Hillary is gone, the Mike Church Show wanted to perform a public service and remind listeners of what we were almost stuck with as a president.
I hate you! You can't take it anymore! Yes, I want to kill you! I hate your guts! You ate my guts! You out of here!
I'm coming! I want my money right now! The arrangement is over!
No kidding! No kidding!
And I still get my money! I need some cash right now! You can't just put me in the street!
And that was before Bill was busted. Monica, Paula, you get the picture. The Mike Church Show, protecting audiences from Mrs. Clinton since 1992. Heard exclusively here on the Veritas Radio Network's Crusade channel.
Things change, the more this seems they stay the same. Here on the Crusade channel on the 10th year anniversary. What were we doing 10 years ago today? Well, 10 years ago today, we were doing this. Well, we were trying to do this, or trying to make it work. And thanks to all of you that have been a part of it. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I took my life and my career and my sanity and my joy and risked it all this morning, just a few minutes ago, to go peek into the Crusader Stadium chat room to go and see, wow, it's the 10th anniversary. We've been talking about it for a month. We've been sending emails out for days. They're going to be all kind of great Crusaders we haven't talked to in so long are going to show up today. And there it is. Wah, 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 wah. The air out of the bag on the Price is Right sound effect doesn't do it justice. Wah, wah, wah. So maybe in the second hour, people will wake up and come in and join us and celebrate the good news and click the link that was sent in an email or on a Facebook feed or a x.com, wherever you may have found it. But wherever you are, a blessed feast to St. Martin of Tours, who raised people from the dead. And from the looks of it here on the 10th anniversary show of the Crusade channel, we're going to need St. Martin of Tours to raise some people from the dead. Now, we have a campaign going to raise $10,000 today at crusadechannel.com/donate. It is a little north of 1/3 of the way there, and thanks to all of you who have contributed so much. Well, you know, you'd like to knock that out during the course of the program. We did 9,000 last year, so I have all the confidence in the world that it's actually going to happen. Maggie is going like, I don't know, dude. The crowd that we had last year has left us high and dry. There's only like 8 of them remaining. Remember back in the day on the old Sirius XM Patriot channel in the first early days here of the Crusade channel when I had the Three Stooges cut out directly across from me? Yep. And I would say, well, it's just me, 13 listeners, and the Three Stooges cut out. Well, that's pretty much what it is today, except the Three Stooges cut out is in storage. So I don't have Mo, Larry, and Curly to talk to. But maybe, as I said, people will start filtering into the Crusader Stadium chat room. By the way, there is a public version of that, and it's open for anyone. You don't have to register if you're listening. You can go to crusadechannel.com on the homepage. You'll see this thing. It's called a button at the top of the page, near the top, and it will say public Crusader Stadium or public chat room or something to that effect. And you can go. I'm not even going to risk my joy by going to look at that. I'll wait for Mrs. O'Connell to tell me, no, it's hopping. There's a lot of people in there. So what else is going on here today? Let's see. Senate approves the bill to end government shutdown. We'll talk a little bit about that. What Mondami's support among the college educated tells us. We only have 2 printed stories today? Is that it? No, I'm just asking. Okay, all right. No, because you thought that there were going to, no, I understand it. We thought that there were going to be all manner of, and it'll come. It's just, you have to wait till the fourth quarter when you're behind 38-3, and then it will come. When we were listening to the first show yesterday, which was not free of technical difficulties, something occurred to me about that switch between, because we played the October the 27th last show on the SiriusXM Patriot channel, and you could tell, I could tell, that that particular show and the way that we ran it and at the time that it was on, the communication between me and Paul DeMillo, who was the producer at the time, the camaraderie. And I have to tell you, on the last show out of SiriusXM, there was an incredible amount of emails that came in. There might have even been a letter or two. A couple of phone people called on the phone that knew. We got messages. There was an incredible response because we only had one day to tell people that we were leaving. It was the agreement that I had made with Dave Gorab and Liz Aiello at the SiriusXM Patriot channel. You know now that what they have on in the morning now is Breitbart news reports. I'm serious. 10 years later, a talent could not be found to replace yours truly. What's my legacy at SiriusXM? That's all I need to say. They put Bannon in there. He lasted less than 6 months. He rolled out to go be Trump's chief of staff, political advisor, chief political policy advisor, whatever the hell his title was. And they did try. They've had at least 2 people in that slot that I have seen in the last 10 years, but they have not been able to replace yours truly. But I will tell you, I don't hold a grudge. I put it to you, Greg. We can make that connection right now. Gorab could call me up, dude. I will give you the digits for the Comrex. You can dial that joker in right now. And we can pick up where we left off. In any event, what I was alluding to just a moment ago was that we were in a groove. We'd been in the morning show since 2009. So that was 6 years. You just kind of get used to doing something, and you have a routine of doing it. And if you're good at it, hopefully it's a good routine. And you could hear that in the delivery and in the comfort of where we were for the last show on the SiriusXM Patriot channel. I have like the last 5 years worth of shows. I have them all. And I didn't realize it until I knew that I had them. I just thought they were on a drive in storage in one of the old Macs, but apparently we transferred some of it over, so that's where I was able to get it from. And then let me make the next comparison here. So why does that matter? Well, day one of the Crusade channel, the Mike Church Show on the Crusade channel, in spite of the incredible technology difficulties that occurred, that was not free-flowing. It was completely disjointed and out of rhythm because, we were all excited. We were launching a new thing. And, just in looking back and reflecting upon it, because somebody sent me a note yesterday, a longtime contributor and supporter, and kind of laid out, well, KingDude, if this had happened in another order, this is kind of a rundown of what has happened in the 10 years that we have been here. So he wrote me, and he says, if in 2015 the content of your show was what it is now, a more moderated version of Trad Talk, if Live YouBoob was as prolific as it is now, and you had the tech on day one. See, this was one of the huge blunders or curses that was visited upon the early Crusade channel and the Mike Church Show, is that We went into it technologically not prepared. We thought we were, and we would not discover until about, the first day we found out about the sound service and the shoutcast, and then we would not discover a fix for that until May. So for 5 months we struggled, but we missed the big opportunity was the launch day, and then the time immediately after the transfer from the Sirius XM Patriot channel to the Crusade channel. And you only get so much, no matter how good you are and how much people claim that they love you. Like Barry Gibb said on that Crusade HBO Max special about the Bee Gees. He said, well, the time, they tell you that you're the most popular person in the world, the most popular group, and everyone loves you, and they're always going to love you. And he goes, well, I can tell you, I can attest to it, that's just a lie. That's not true. They're not always going to love you. They're not always going to be there. And so we had goodwill, but we just didn't have the technology to deliver on it. And late 2015 and early 2016, we had good technology, it just wasn't good enough. Because, people get very frustrated and aggravated. And trust me, I know. Until the launch of Crusade, the new Crusade Channel app, and if you don't have it, get it. It's so good. And look, you don't even have to look for it. Open a browser up on your phone, Safari, Brave, Chrome, doesn't matter. Type in crusadechannel.com/app. And whatever device you're on, it will send you to the appropriate app store to download it. Had we had that app on day one, I think things may have turned out a little different. And then my friend in his rundown the last 10 years, if you had the current app, this is on November the 11th, 2015, if your radio streaming service was solid like it has been, we have not had a hiccup in the stream other than what's been caused here by power outages and whatnot, since June of 2016. If Twitter was like X is now, even with the continued shadow banning, if you had the maturity that another 10 years has given you, you would have retained most of your Sirius XM audience. Lots of ifs, but the tech was a pain. The content was rough to listen to at times, and the news just was not that compelling in the fall of 2015. Well, we did have Trumpzilla in the fall of 2015. It took Trumpzilla to enter the scene in 2016 to rev things up. No one is better than you with big live news events, election nights, assassination attempts and successes, French Cathedral on fire, impeachments, debates, the whole shebang. It's truly remarkable that you have succeeded for 10 years. We cannot go change the past, but we can learn from it. I just dropped a donation for you. Congratulations, pal. Signed, BKB. Well, BKB, thank you. You are my godfather of wisdom, and someone, you're a little older than me. I can always turn to and go, dude, this is blanked up. How in the hell did I get in this situation, and what the hell can I do to get out of it? And he'll go like, I wish I knew. As something else that from 2015, so he'll be on the show later, David Simpson. David was here that day, that morning, and he participated in the program that day, and I had the pictures to prove it, and people lack him pictures. And David, of course, was a co-conspirator in all of this. And David he hosted the True Money Show. He would fill in for me for the first couple of years. If I'd ask him in advance, hey, man, I'm going to be gone for a couple of days. You think you can fill in? And, of course, he'd say yes. And, if you look at the course of the 10 years, it is in February of 2020, and I believe that we had our Rosetta Stone finest moment. Many of you came to the Crusade in January, February, March, and April, maybe even May of 2020. What was going on? The Corona Doom. And as some of you know, if you were listening then, and maybe you have joined since, but if you were there then, or you started listening then because you went, wait a minute, there has to be someone that is standing athwart this madness yelling, stop. Ooh, pick me, pick me. That was us. No one did a better job of covering the corona hoax than we did. Not just on radio, not just on YouTube. You know, we got banned, we got canceled on YouTube before canceling was cool. I want to say it was a show about a mask, or as Fauci would say, it was about the masks that finally threw it over the top and got us finally canceled once and for all, because you get 2 strikes on YouTube and then you're out. Same thing happened on Facebook. Mike Church Show fan page had 22,000 followers on it. And it got to where there was nothing that we could publish on the Mike Church Show fan page that wasn't flagged by Pride Book as disinformation. To the point where we were banned from posting for a month. And all I was doing was republishing, basically, stuff that I was getting from, remember the Swiss Opposition Research Dr. Dude? In January of 2020, I started looking at what was happening, and I was hearing people talk about this Wu flu and this Wuhan virus, and so I took a little bit of an interest in it. Then I could see what was going on, and then in early February of 2020, somebody sent me the video for Event 201, the Bill Gates production that they put on, and some soundstage, and I forget where they did it. I want to say they did it somewhere in New York, and they did a mock version of a deadly pandemic that was killing millions of people, a virus that was out of control. Event 201, they called it. And I saw Event 201 in February, and I went, they planned this. This is the launch. And remember, audience, me telling you in late February and early March that this isn't a trial run. They have been waiting for this opportunity for 500 years. Since Hobbes wrote Leviathan, since the idea that there was something wrong with the Christian way of living, with Christendom, and with living or conforming your kingdom or your country or your republic or whatever it was to the social kingship teaching of Christ, that there was something wrong with that and the revolt was full on. For 500 years, they plotted, schemed, and connived for one solitary moment when they thought they could take over. When they actually thought that we're going to talk about we're going to be committed to this new world order. George H.W. Bush said in that infamous speech in 1991. And this new world order, and thus the NWO was born. Well, the Rockefeller Institute and the usual suspects that have been the Freemasonic, the lodges, and all the demonic cabals out there, they had gotten together, and they in 2010, and they had fantasized that there were going to be one of 3 scenarios. A pandemic was one of the 3. It came along, and they launched it. And we all know what happened. We all know, we all saw the headlines, we all saw the news stories where you could overlay the news story from a news station in Seattle and a news station in Charlotte, North Carolina, and a news station in Birmingham and a news station in Des Moines, Iowa, and they all would say the exact same thing. 2 weeks to slow the spread, 15 days to flatten the curve. They were all singing out of this hymnal. Even in foreign lands, they were singing the exact same thing. They all sang from the same script. Well, remember, it was during that year where the Crusade channel stood above all the rest because we never went along with it. By the way, your buddy that some of you are throwing hundreds of dollars a month or a year to, Ben Shapiro, went all masked, went all vaccine, went all social distancing. He was not your friend during the Corona doom. He said we were all idiots. You're just a bunch of crazy right-wing idiots, too. What's wrong with you? Our scientists are some of the best in the world. They told you all that we got this pandemic here. We have to pay very close attention to this. And it was the Crusade Channel and the Crusade Channel alone. I mean, look, there were some individual actors out there. Dale Bigtree and The High Wire comes to mind. And I'm sure Alex Jones was on the right side of that as well.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Crap.
Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs.
You remember that. What was in 2020? Remember the year that was 2020? You were here. This is part of the 10-year history of the Crusade Channel. Not only did we stand up against Corona Doom, the Corona hoax, as I called it. By the way, they have still never proven. Now, was there a virus? I'm sure that there was. Did they ever isolate it, purify it, replicate it, and infect someone? You got 4 things you got to do to call it, for example, yellow fever virus of 1920 or whatever. Did they ever do it? No, they failed. Every time they tried to do it, they failed. Was there a virus? Again, I'm sure that there was some sort of a virus. Who did it pick on? Old black people with diabetes. If you had a comorbidity and you're over 65, you were probably going to die if you got COVID or Corona Doom or SARS, CoV 2019, whatever you want to call it. Especially if you went into a hospital, yeah, they were going to kill you. If the ventilator didn't kill you, then run death is near would. What radio and television entity stood up against that whole thing the entire time and never flinched, never blinked for a solitary moment? Crusade Channel, Mike Church Show, several other shows. Don't forget, we were here on election night, November of 2020. We all sat here, me and Parrott and Barrett and who else? And Don from the Bronx. And we sat here and we watched it unfold in front of our eyes. 10 o'clock, we thought that Trump was going to be reelected. By midnight, the whole thing was over. The fix was in. What radio station never blinked an eye and stood right there going, okay, this thing was rigged, it was fixed, the whole shebang? The Crusade Channel. January the 6th, 2021, we were live on air and broadcast President Trump's speech from the mall. And then a strange thing happened. The pre-planned and preordained assault on the Capitol, which was instigated by the deep state and the Democrats, was launched. What radio and television station and entity was there to cover the whole thing? The Crusade Channel. What radio and TV station covered all of the trials and the attempts to throw President Trump, and by virtue or extension of that, all of us in jail in the ensuing 3 years? The Crusade Channel. So, happy birthday to us. Make a donation. Get us to 10 grand. We'll see you in 5.
Podcast and Fiorella File Station.
Fiorella is the literary savage who skips sensitivity training. She is the librarian who reads and reviews books so you don't have to.
Hello and welcome to the Fiorella Files. On my show, I will be introducing you to books, classic and contemporary, that you must read, should enjoy reading, or should not touch with an 11-foot barge pole.
10 to 11 a.m. Central every Monday on the Crusade Channel, our app, and always on crusadechannel.com. Live talk and podcast radio.
The way it should be.
And now, an exclusive behind-the-scenes look into the Mike Church Show.
You see, what I think we need are new imaging commercials, Jim. Can you help and give me some ad-lib imaging lines we can use to, attract some new subscribers?
Okay, Oh, I know. If there's nothing else to do, listen to the Mike Church Show, now.
Dude.
Or no. How about
Dude.
Mike Church and Lee are really smart?
Jim,
so tune in.
Enough! Okay, Lee, you're in.
Coming, coach.
Now entering the game, number 11, Trader Jill Lee.
If only there were backups in real life.
Okay, KingDude. What MAGA moms want to hear on the radio is how their sons can become productive, strong men, and how their daughters cannot be killed on trains by the lunatic criminals paroled by radical leftist judges.
Right? That's a good one, Lee. Hey, Jim, how about some Gatorade for Lee?
Okay.
Thanks, Coach. I'm really working up a sweat here. Okay, how about making a spot about the new app? It's so easy, even a boomer can use it.
Perfect. I know just the boomer. Hey, Jim, where's that Gatorade, bro?
My debit card's stuck in the machine again.
From boomers to zoomers, the Mike Church Show is America's morning show. Weekdays, 7 to 11 a.m., exclusively on the...
You may not believe it, but Bram Stoker's Dracula may be a work of non-fiction.
What? That's scarier than getting stuck in an elevator with Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, good grief. Really? Come on, I'm trying to be serious here. Okay.
Hear it and other amazing tales on Turley's Believe It or Else, 10 to 11 a.m. Central, every Tuesday on the Crusade Channel. Our app and always on crusadechannel.com. Live talk and podcast radio.
The way it should be.
Hey folks, it's Mike Church, producer of the Shakespeare Radio Film Festival, announcing that we're offering the entire festival, including Joseph Pierce's commentaries, for just $19.95. That's a 50% discount. This exclusive download will include over 16 hours of festival content. To reserve your Shakespeare Radio Film Festival download at an incredible 50% off, go to crusadechannel.com/Hamlet.
When most people hear the word coffee, they conjure up visions of a ceramic mug in the palm of both hands and a woman slowly sipping. This isn't a Folgers commercial. It's for Capuchin Holy Roast, and here's how I take mine. With a dash of vanilla, a pinch of cinnamon, a spoonful of honey, and lots of heavy cream. Add some ice, shake, and then enjoy, while knowing that's $6 the libs at Starbucks can't spend to ruin my life and yours.
Capuchin Holy Roast in whole bean or grind is available at shop.mychurch.com. Hey, Lee, you know, we've known each other for a bit now. I just wonder, what do you really love to do?
I love posting civilization-saving threads on X.com, but I get so tired of outrage porn scrolling my medulla has gone oblong blanca.
Well, I know just the thing. Pour an iced Capuchin Holy Roast coffee, put your earbuds in, and catch 2 hours of suspense, the greatest of all mystery, horror, and whodunit classic radio serials.
Perfect. While you were talking, I completely forgot who Jack Posobiec was.
Catch all 900-plus episodes of Suspense every weekday from noon to 2 p.m. East on the Crusade Channel, our app, and always on crusadechannel.com. Live talk and classic radio.
The way it should be.
Back in the 90s, there was this thing called the cigar boom, where everyone was buying and smoking handmade cigars. But here's the thing. The popular cigars then were the best-made cigars, like Fuente, Hoya de Monterrey, and Avo. Over the next 10 years, craftsmanship was replaced by gimmick and slick packaging, and that's when I decided to get in the business and launched El Rey Dude Corona cigars. 20 years later, I launched Mancipio Maria cigars with that same principle in mind. Make a great handmade cigar, and that's exactly what we do in 4 sizes. I invite you to try a 4-pack sampler of my Mancipio Maria cigars and taste them for yourself in smooth, natural, or bold Maduro wrappers. And to sweeten the deal, I've discounted them 25% for a limited time. And as always, we include a personal humidifier with every order. To order, go to shop.mikechurch.com. Order $50 or more, and shipping is on me. Try my Mancipio Maria cigars today at shop.mikechurch.com.
For 9 years now, Brother Andre Marie's Reconquest has been your source for best in Catholic philosophy, history, and saints.
Well, I'm the new gal at this monastery, and Jiminy Christmas, after 4 years of auto pens, social media heresy, I could use some Catholic philosophy.
Well, call yourself a blessed girl, because new episodes debut Wednesdays at 8 Central, and there's over 475 podcasts available on the Crusade Channel, our app, and always on crusadechannel.com. Live talk and educational radio.
The way it should be.
Everybody loves a good trilogy. The Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and now the KingDude Seasoning Trilogy. There's Beast and Butt Rub, Acadiana Steak, and the brand new Chicken Mamu Seasoning, a lemon herb-based rub that's won trophies in barbecue chicken cook-offs. Now, we've bundled all 3 spices together, and you can get them for one low price for less than it costs to rent a movie trilogy. And the KingDude offers you his personal money-back guaranteed of your taste buds' complete satisfaction. Order a KingDude Seasoning Trilogy today at shop.mychurch.com.
Hello, Crusaders. It's Trader Jill, aka Lee. When I want the best in live talk radio in the palm of my hand, I always have it with the all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app, even for technophobes like Jim.
I heard that!
Listening to or watching the KingDude live or on podcast is just literally 2 clicks away, and installing the app is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. Tap login now or proceed as guest. See, it's really that simple. Don't ever be without the Master Chief himself. Again, no matter where you are, install the Crusade Channel app today.
The all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app is the best way to listen to the Crusade Channel ever. And installation is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. It is literally that easy. Install the Crusade Channel 2.0 app today at crusadechannel.com/app. It's not tape or a Post-it or a candy bar, but this new 3M
is the freshest spin on true crime shows since dinosaurs were solving cold cases with fossil evidence. Yeah, it's that original, folks.
Mom's Murders and Mysteries. New episodes debut every Tuesday night, 6:30 East, 4 West, exclusively on the Crusade Channel. Live talk podcast radio, the way it should be.
What's the difference between your average day late dollar short podcast and the Mike Church Show live? About the same as between the new Walker, Texas Homo and Walt Longmire.
Everybody could use a little Tarzan in their life. Greetings, thank you to Craig Elonen for a massive donation to our crowdfunding. Here on the 10th anniversary of the launch of the Crusade Channel at 844-527-8723 to call landline telephone number. You can also join the chat room, which is live. 63 chatters, really? That's it? The grandest of all grand celebrations, and you people stayed home? I'm just thinking of Ted Knight from Caddyshack. When he walks into the locker room and he sees the usual suspects there, one guy is doodling, one guy has his drawing of the frog with the watch that no one's been arrested. This isn't Caddyshack, that's where he came from. Another dude is playing chaperone to Schaefer. And Ted Knight walks into the room and he looks at him and he goes, "Don't you people have homes?" Well, the chat room is your home. Where are you? Massive celebration. Thanks to David Hayes. I see the donations keep coming in. Kurt Wallace in the chat room. Good to see you, Kurt. At crusadechannel.com/chat. Of course, this is the 10-year anniversary here show, and that we have made it 10 years is incredible. A media feat. A media feat that I don't know if anyone else has accomplished this. In any event, not independently, and certainly not as a for-profit entity. Media entities just don't last that long. Coming right to you, Jordan, real quick. Arthur Bloom from Arthuriana. We'll get right to Arthur, but first, Ashley is on the telephone line at 844-527-8723. Good morning, dear daughter. How are you?
Good morning. I'm like, that's not my name. My name's not Ashley. What do you call me, Mike?
Daughter number 3.
There we go. Well, I'm here with my oldest 2 children. So say hi, Vian. Hello.
Hello.
And Karen. Hello. I wanted to call and just thank you. As I sent in a signal message, I didn't mean to make you cry. Hopefully I didn't. But I am internally in debt to you and Candace because I would not have my faith, my conversion, and I don't know if anybody else can claim this, but I have 2 additional beautiful children because of you. So I'm eternally in debt because of this radio station. My husband introducing me to you, and unfortunately him not continuing to listen, but that's his mistake.
I was going to say, irony of ironies. You're the listener, and you're the chronic now, and he's the I don't listen to that crap anymore.
But I stuck around both on the Sirius XM and the past 10 years, and they have been an absolute blessing to me, to my family. So I don't know what I would do without you, Mike and Candace. I love you both.
I love you too, sweetheart. Thank you. Well, we don't know what we'd do without you and our godson, Julian.
Yeah, I'm sorry he's not here. He went to his nana's house already.
So we've gotten something out of the deal too. We got a godson. We got a daughter, an extra daughter, and a godson. So it's been a great dividend for our family as well.
Well, I appreciate that, you saying that. Thank you. I remember the show, you calling in, and it was during COVID, 2021, when I called in to give my trick, and also my saying that, to the people who were saying about your body, that it's what happened to my body, my choice, and that was how I broke the news that I was pregnant.
It was your body and your choice.
Exactly. So to you, and also I don't know if Brother Andre Marie's listening, but I don't know what I would do without him as well, and Reed Conquest and everything he's done. So it's on behalf of myself, my family, and all the other converts and reverts out there listening to you, Mike, today. I love you.
Oh, thank you. We love you too, sweetheart. And that right there, folks, makes all of it worth doing. But I don't talk to anyone else today. But I am going to talk to Arthur. But I don't talk to anyone else today. By the way, let's bring Arthur Bloom on. I think I may make sure that I've got him. Pretty sure I had the configuration correct. Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
All right, great.
Thank you for being here.
Glad to be here. It's a happy day.
You're not, I can't claim you as a convert, but you are a convert. You were an Anglican once upon a time.
Yeah, that's right. I'm from a military family, so I moved around a lot as a kid. But growing up in high school, I was an Anglican. But I belong to the Ordinariate now, which your listeners may or may not know too much about. It's very small but mighty, right?
No, I did. The Ordinariate is a great thing. Actually, I know two Ordinariate priests. And I'm trying to remember their names. But, the Ordinariate has a big chapel, a huge presence in Houston.
Yeah, that's where the cathedral is.
Our Lady of Walsingham. That's right. They made a replica of it. Our patron is here for the Crusade channel is Our Lady of Walsingham. So, the ordinary run side by side. I'll tell all of you a story about Arthur. I don't want to make him blush and turn him red, but I will. I was invited to go to him and Kelsey's wedding, which I did. Traveled all the way from New Orleans, went to Washington. Was that St. Matthew's, right?
No, Immaculate Conception.
Oh, that's what it was in. It was right outside of. Were we in Washington?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now that's an ordinary church.
It's where we were located for a long time.
Okay.
It was before my parish had gotten a more permanent home out in southern Maryland at an old Jesuit parish there. There's a little bit of lore associated with that one, but at the time it was in Shaw, and Immaculate Conception is a nice old church. Both of them actually have a lot of history. The first priest at St. Ignatius, which is the geographic diocesan parish, is Father Finati, who wrote down one of the early American ghost stories called The Wizard Clip. Now, are you familiar with that one, Mike?
I am not.
Okay, so this is a great little story. It has to do with the ministry of Father Galitzin, who's has a cause open for sainthood. He's often called the Apostle of the Alleghenies, and he's a man of Russian nobility. The last name Galitzin or Golitsyn, it's an old Slavic nobility family, and he was living in the Netherlands, and his family became Catholic, and he decided to become a priest, and his ministry was in especially Western Pennsylvania. But there's this great story associated with him involving two tailors that one of them died. There was a Catholic tailor and a Protestant tailor, and the Catholic tailor, when he was dying, said to his Protestant friend, you need to call a priest when I die. You need to give me a proper burial and everything. And there wasn't one to hand, this being out there on the Pennsylvania frontier. So their tailoring operation was unfortunately haunted. And so the man's unsettled ghost continued to haunt it. And one of the things that he would always hear is the clipping of tailor shears. And that's the origin of the wizard clip. And so it's associated with Father Galitzin, but the first one to write it down in book form was Father Finati, the first priest at St. Ignatius. So there's a little bit of Catholic lore for you.
And I had never heard that before. I've never heard that story. So, and that's a great story. I went to Arthur and his wife Kelsey's wedding, and then the reception was held at the Lee House?
Lee Fendel House.
Lee Fendel House. And there was a beautiful reception. You had it outside. It was in May. I want to say it was in May, 2016 or 17? 2017. That's when he was still talking to me back then. And we got separated for about 8 years, me and him, but we reconciled, and we're BFFs again. You remember what I said to you and what you and Kelsey and I did before I left your reception? Do you remember?
I'm going to embarrass myself here. I don't.
So you two were sitting together, and I went over and I put my arms around both of you, got on my knees. I was on one knee, and I congratulated you. I gave her a little peck on the cheek. I gave you one, and I said, now, you two are going to make a great, amazing Catholic couple here, and I am going to pray it into existence. So let's say a Hail Mary. And all three of us signed ourselves, said a Hail Mary, signed ourselves, and then I kissed you guys, and I said, I got to roll. I got to get out of here. I had my brother's car, and I had to get it back to him, and congratulated you. And that's the second time I've actually met you in person. The first time was at the 2012 RNC, where they nominated foolishly Mitt Romney for.
Well, there were a couple other times. The cigar event in Philly, I went to that, and then.
Oh, that's right, you did. That's right. It wasn't at Twin Smoke Shop. It was at the Italian restaurant right down the street.
Yeah, that's
or next
right.
door.
And then we saw you when we visited New Orleans. And then you guys had some sort of event down in Aquia And I remember going to that too. That's where I met some of your very loyal listeners.
Oh, that's right. That was I think that was the golf tournament, a seafood soiree that my brother was putting on for the Gary Pertier Foundation. I forgot, Maggie, do you remember that time me and you and Reagan went down to the Quarter and met Arthur and Kelsey for oysters? That's right. We went to that oyster bar.
That's right.
In the Quarter. What were you guys here for?
Just vacation.
So we have been hanging around and talking with Arthur since. No, I met you. You were Jordan, and and then you became J. Arthur. Then you became Arthur. So now it's just Arthuriana on Substack. Tell me, what's the with this the government shutdown coming to an end here? It looks as though that some of the Democrats were just not. They didn't want to go down in the history books as being Schumer's butt boys or girls, and just bailed on the endeavor and said, "Screw it, I'll make the deal." That's my read on it.
There are a couple pieces of it. I mean, the SNAP benefits ending is the sort of thing that puts a lot of pressure on the Dems, and then also the airline issues. And there's only so long. The interesting political awkwardness is that it wasn't the SNAP benefits ending; it was the flights ending that caused the Democrats to begin to kind of crack. But if I'm not mistaken, we don't quite have a deal just yet, but it looks like we're moving in that direction.
And the deal that looks like that they're going to have to send it back to the House of Representatives. And it may be received coldly. It may be received. They may go, like Johnson and the gang may say, like, that's not the deal that we made. We're not voting for that. But Jeffries is already saying DOA. You're not going to get any Democrat votes. So Johnson has to play Pelosi now, and he's got to hold his entire caucus together. And if it's a turkey or a stinker, or as John Boehner once famously said, what's a crap sandwich? What's a good crap sandwich? There's no such thing as good crap sandwiches, Speaker. I don't know. I mean, the House could just kick it back and go, well, we thought about it. How about now?
Right. And the incentive structure that the Republicans have had set up since the Tea Party does not exactly militate in favor of the kind of party discipline Pelosi was able to maintain. And so, they're basically every Freedom Caucus member, if he wants to raise from those Tea Party networks, has every incentive to break. And at this point, I mean, Trump is I think it's fair to say on his back foot for a couple of reasons. And so this is kind of a make or break moment.
Well, if they would, okay. I think that he believes that he thinks that one of the ways out of the pickle is to get rid of the filibuster. Now, I actually looked this up, and it is true that there was no thing called a filibuster. Now, John C. Calhoun is famous for we had the Southerners had it and this and that and the other. The filibuster that Calhoun had was nothing more than a delaying tactic. It was a rule that said that if you could talk, if you had special order and the President pro tem granted you the floor, that you could basically, I mean, it's a verb, filibuster. You could filibuster. In other words, you could take over the meeting, if you will, and you could hold court until you ran out of breath. Strom Thurmond famously did it for 25 hours, and then Cory Booker had to go and beat him for 27. But that's not a procedural move, Arthur. And it wasn't until 1915, until President Wilson demanded that something be done, and they go, we can't do it. We can't do it. We don't have the votes. And they said, well, we'll put the filibuster in, and that'll break the whatever. And it's Rule 19 is what it's known as. And it's a Senate rule. And they've changed it. I mean, Schumer and them actually edited it 10 years ago, dropped it from 66 down to 60. So what used to be 2/3 majority, which, by the way, there are 6 instances in the Constitution where the wisdom of the framers said, you need 2/3 of a vote to do this. You need 2/3 of a vote to impeach, 2/3 of a vote to kick a member out, to expel a member, 2/3 of a vote to do an amendment, 2/3 of a vote to ratify a treaty, 2/3 of a vote for there's two others. There's 6 instances where you have to have 2/3 of a vote. So the framers did provide supermajorities for things that they thought were important. The filibuster does not, the 60 vote rule does not have to exist. That is, Trump is right about that. It's completely their choice. They could nuke it tomorrow morning and it would not be out of step with, they keep saying this is the history of the Senate. No, it's not. You don't know anything about history then, stupid. They would not be out of sync with, so 1915, that's 115 and 9 years. For 124 years, there was no filibuster.
Right. Yeah. That's true. It's a fairly new custom, and I think a lot of this has to do with the way commentators and political strategists in D.C. think about using these mechanisms to restrain spending, using kind of the centrists on both sides. A lot of these things are kind of breaking down right now for a lot of reasons.
No, I think that's right. Okay, finally, you have to go give, if y'all don't know, Arthur is involved in a nasty court case. By the way, if you are victorious, do you just get to nanya boo-boo, or are you seeking monetary damages for what was done to you?
I think I would have a strong argument for malicious prosecution and abusive process here. Okay. The judge a couple of weeks ago, I moved to quash one of his subpoenas, and that was granted. And so the judge, it was his opinion in the courtroom that it was probably invalid for a couple of reasons. The name that was on it was the Pro Hoc Vice counsel. In other words, the attorney who's in St. Louis rather than the local counsel. So the name on an Eastern District of Virginia subpoena is an attorney who's not barred in the Eastern District of Virginia.
Yeah.
And so, and then also it was not filed with the court. That was another objection the judge raised. And it was overly broad. And so, and then there are also these other kind of wacky things. I would say that they're wacky. The plaintiffs would obviously disagree. That the plaintiffs have been up to. Just a week or two ago, they've asked for leave to amend to add a new plaintiff to the case, because discovery is supposed to close in 3 days, and the plaintiff they would like to add is a man by the name of Rajat Kare. And Rajat Kare, you can read about him in Reuters, but not in India. He's an Indian businessman who's currently operating out of Luxembourg, who used to run a hack-for-hire company, or it's been called a hack-for-hire company, called Appin. And that's been written about in a number of places. Now, what's interesting about it is he's got enough pull to have that Reuters investigation removed from the internet in India.
Wow.
Now, fortunately, we here in America live in a free country where it's much, much harder to do that.
Okay, final.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, good luck with the suit.
Thank you.
And do we have a court date?
The final pretrial hearing will be a week from Friday.
Okay.
So
right.
That will be probably when the trial date is set.
I'm interested to hear your take, and I got 2 minutes. Megyn Kelly, it seems to me, has come to the rescue of Tucker Carlson in some way with that interview that she did with Ben Shapiro. Is Shapiro ever going to run out of political capital here? Goodwill capital here? The guy is so in the tank for just one point of view that is not now shared by a majority, certainly of young conservatives. How long can this dude continue to be viewed as the head or one of the heads of the conservative movement?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's all sorts of advertising that's been paid for to give him the level of podcast clout that he's got. what I found interesting about Shapiro, and like I don't begrudge him his perspective. He's like a right-wing Likudnik.
Sure.
But if you've got to work in coalition with people who don't agree, and people not only that don't agree but have significant exhaustion with the last 25 years of fruitless war, what is the point of view that you will accept? Now, it's his right to object to or not employ your Candace Owenses or Nick Fuenteses,
sure,
or whatever. But the fact is, the conversation we're having about Owens and Fuentes and Tucker, I accept the idea that there are limits about things that one should say about this stuff. But at the same time, if somebody articulated in a more moderate and reasonable way the idea that we need to bring the U.S.-Israel relationship under control,
right?
They wouldn't accept that either. And so, so like Ben Shapiro has a long record of undercutting people that have tried to raise those issues, and so it's just a little bit, So okay, we're at a breaking point here. What's the new modus vivendi we can actually work with?
Well, it sounds good, and thank you very much, Arthur. I'm up against a break. I got to go. We'll see all of you in 3 minutes.
Silk feather. Ma'am, what would you like to drink?
Oh, I'll take the Dom Perignon, of course.
Ah, the lady has taste. And you, sir? I'll just take the Diet Coke. Oh, dear. You know, what I miss about the good old days before social media and AI ruined everything?
Let me guess. No fat people outside of the circus, and Ozempic was the name of the demon in C.S. Lewis story, right?
Well, yeah. But besides that, classic radio shows with actors and actual stories.
Well, lucky for the human race, the Crusade Channel is rolling over 900 episodes of a show called Suspense.
Tweak your mystery-solving muscles over lunch and catch episodes of Suspense, weekdays noon till 2 on the Crusade Channel. Live talk and classic radio the way it should be.
I like my version of suspense. Hey!
Doesn't work without me. Okay, please enter the 9-digit 2-step authorization code we just emailed you. Jeez. What do you mean, prove I'm human? Okay, that's a car. That's a car. That's a car. Those are not cars. Please try again. Oh my gosh. I'll show you. Try again, stupid piece of AI mother. Here, try this.
Jim, what are you doing? Good grief, man. This isn't Office Space the movie. What are you trying to do?
I just wanted to send the KingDude a donation through the stupid computer.
Like Trump, the KingDude makes everything better, including donating, which you can now do by mail.
Mail? They still have that?
Of course they do, and the KingDude's keeping the ponies running on time and in business. Just snail mail your donation to P.O. Box 400, Madisonville, Louisiana, 70447.
Ha! And you can't. You're such a boomer. Me this time. And wait a minute. I know they're around here somewhere. There! Ha-ha!
Dude, those are airmail stamps from the movie Airplane. Surely you have...
Of course I do. And don't call me Shirley. The Crusade Radio Guild is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, so your donations are tax deductible. Donate today, the Crusade Radio Guild, P.O. Box 400, Madisonville, Louisiana, 70447.
The Crusade Channel and the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary's Sisters present the Saint of the Day.
Hello, Crusaders. This is Sister Maria Junipera with your Saint of the Day. Today's feast is the feast of St. Andrew Avellino, who lived in 1608. He was a member of the Theatines, or clerks regular of St. Paul at Naples. On account of his great devotion to the cross, he took the name in religion of St. Andrew, because he so lovingly remembered the crucifixion of St. Andrew the Apostle, who hung for 2 days on the cross, preaching to his enemies. St. Andrew Avellino's name in the world was Lancelot. He was born in Sicily. St. Andrew was a great friend of St. Charles Borromeo, He was 88 years old when he died. He dropped dead at the foot of the altar just as he was about.
The Crusade Channel and the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary's Sisters present the Saint of the Day.
Hello, Crusaders. This is Sister Maria Junipero with your Saint of the Day. Today's feast is the feast of Saint Martin of Tours, who lived in 397. Saint Martin of Tours was a great saint whose life was written by Saint Gregory of Tours. He is called the Glory of Gaul. Saint Martin was born in Hungary. He was educated in Italy. He became a Christian in France. His father was in the military and transferred to Italy. It was in Italy that Martin learned the Catholic faith and became a catechumen. At 15, he was forced to join the military, and while on duty one day in winter, he noticed a poorly clad man begging for alms at the city gate. Martin, having nothing to give the poor old man, took the woolen cloak from his back and cut it into 2 pieces, giving one half to the beggar, and wrapped himself in the other. That night in his sleep, Martin saw Jesus, surrounded by angels and wrapped in his woolen cloak. On rising, Martin, quote, flew to be baptized, unquote. He was the uncle of St. Patrick, the great apostle of Ireland. He was the staunch friend and ally of St. Hilary of Poitiers, the first doctor of the church to die. In France, there are 4,000 churches and 500 villages named for St. Martin of Tours. St. Martin of Tours worked many miracles while on earth, including the raising of the dead. St. Martin of Tours, pray for us. Thank you for joining us for this brief summary of the life of today's saint. Tomorrow's saint is the feast of St. Martin the Pope. To access all of our Saint of the Day recordings as podcasts, head to crusadechannel.com/saints. You can learn more about our sisters and the building of our convent by visiting stphilomenaconvent.org. I'm Sister Maria Junipero, and until next time, God bless and Mary keep you.
The Mike Church Show, serving the hard liquor of truth to men who want to get drunk fast. Since 1992.
Still the fastest 3 hours in all of broadcast media. The Mike Church Show's on 10 years today. The birthday of the Crusade Channel. Simply stunning feat that no one could have predicted 10 years ago. I know I certainly couldn't have, especially with everything that went wrong that day. I want to thank you for all your donations. Look, we're trying to raise $10,000 today. We had $3,200 in the bank when we started this morning, and the contributions have been steady coming in. So keep them coming. I don't know what the total is, but we're a lot closer than we were when we started this morning. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. And if you just got a couple of grand laying around and you usually give it to some entity with a 501c3 as a tax write-off, I'm your Huckleberry. The Crusade Radio Guild is now a 501c3, and I'll be happy to send you the letter of determination. So if that is causing you to, well, I've got all this money and I'm saving it for a nonprofit entity, we have a nonprofit. So crusadechannel.com/donate. All right, let me go back to the, let me make sure I got him here. Back to the StreamYard hotline here, and looky who's here. The host of Parrot Talk, Mike Parrott, is on the line. Dude, I didn't think you were going to make it.
Well, you know, I like to under-promise and over-deliver, KingDude.
That you are really good at.
Yeah, that's true.
We're under-promising and over-delivering. Now, you're going to have to tell the folks that you are pursuing a doctorate's degree. So you're going to be a PhD in, I guess, economics, right?
I'm getting super nerdy, everybody. You know, you have to find one topic that you want to nerd out on, and I have discovered exactly what it is that makes me tick. The one thing that I will spend years studying, and it's a potent energy source When you're down in the dumps and you've got to write this dissertation and you say I don't want to do it anymore, at least you have to have interest in something. So I will be the doctor of anti-Semitism. Will be so I'm studying finance, which is the same thing. So yeah, that's the thing.
It must be well, speaking of that, it must be something of interest, and I expect that we can get a parent talk out of you soon on this. 50-year mortgages, 50-year mortgage.
Oh yeah.
I know you don't have time for social media. You got 7 kids, 8 on the way, teaching in the classes. Now you're getting a degree, so you don't have time to hang out on Twitter or X.com and social media. But I did write someone at the White House, and I said, all right, some decent Catholic at the White House, will you please explain to him the sin of the sin and the heresy of usury? This is not going to put any young people in houses. It would only drive them deeper into debt and make BlackRock and the mortgage writers that much more usurious wealthy. It's a stupid idea, and you could only propose it if you had no knowledge of the term usury. But you know what? Actually, there's a guy running that says he's going to run for governor in Florida, James Fishback, who's saying, like, I'll bring an end to usury in Florida. I'm going like, what? Will you?
Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. I would like to do a side-by-side comparison without getting myself hurt or canceled here.
Oh, okay.
So there was a period of history in the mid 20th century where a German-speaking nation had a mortgage program. And I won't tell you which nation or which exact period of history or which leader imposed this plan.
Okay.
But this plan by the Austrian painter allowed young Germans to get married, and it was a mortgage assistance program, wherein the first portion of their mortgage was waived if they were newlyweds, if it was 2 Germans newlywed, so that they could buy stuff for their family. And then there was a 20% reduction in the overall size of the mortgage for each child that they had. And after the 4th child, there was no mortgage anymore. So when you compare the pro-family policies of a certain man that we're not allowed to admire versus stretching families into a 50-year mortgage under Trump, you have to say, well, which one actually gives a shit about the family?
Just don't mention any names, dude. No names.
Right.
No names. What do we want? Strong accents. We don't even want to know what century this was. I'm assuming this is the 18th or the 16th century or something like that. But it has to pain every good Christian. The Bee Gees had a song, every good Christian lion-hearted soldier will tell you. Well, I wait for the day, Mike Parrott, when every Christian lion-hearted soldier will tell you usury is a sin and we need to bring it to an end.
Yeah, well, it starts with being able to define the word. The purveyors of usury are so adept at redefining the word. If I were to take a random poll of undergraduates and say, hey, what do you think is the definition of usury? The vast majority, without any prior instruction, would say, well, it's extremely high interest rate. It's like going to a payday lender. That's definitely usury. Okay, well, where do we draw the line, kids? Where do we draw the line? And that actually stimulates a really good discussion. But yeah, and the reason why we can't define it, KingDude, is of course, it's a church term, and the church owns the word, and the church is absolutely unclear on it. So the burden of proof, I guess, like the burden to define the word, lies with the same churchmen who themselves engage in usury all the time. Every parish in America takes loans at interest from their diocese. So usury's been normalized even within the ecclesiastical structure. I think I'll die of asphyxiation if I hold my breath waiting for the bishops to define this word.
Well, it can't be that hard because it was so well defined that Isabella and Ferdinand can't be considered for canonization. That's how well defined it is. And anyone that doesn't think that Queen Isabella was not a saint, you haven't read a history book. and you don't know about Isabel and Ferdinand. All right, you got to get to class. I can see that you have arrived at your destination. You are a guilty party, though, buddy. You're not getting out of this. You have been 5 years for half of the life of the Crusade Channel. You have been somewhat of a part of it.
That's crazy. KingDude, you should pat yourself on the back. You know, I recently read this book. This book by Angela Duckman is called Grit. She did a very famous TED Talk. She's a psychologist from UPenn, and she studies basically the difference between what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And the definition of grit, I'll give you just a quick thing. Today is a Veterans Day. At the U.S. Military Academy, they have tried to figure out who's going to make it through Hell Week and who's not.
Right.
You know, and they evaluate these cadets, and they all come from great families. They've got high academic scores. They're physically fit. They played on sports teams. They've done extracurricular activities, and yet they could not, prior to this new paradigm, they could not predict who was actually going to make it and who was going to quit for Hell Week. And what she found is that the people who make it during Hell Week are not the smartest. They're not the fastest. They're the people who just don't quit. Every single day, you, sir, are an inspiration to us because you wake your happy butt up at 3 a.m. You scan the news for all of us. You summarize it in an interesting way, and you haven't quit. It's called grit. And you have it, and no one else does.
True grit. Where's the kid, the little baby kid in the baseball and the basketball stand, going like, yeah, yeah. I need that kid. I need an Energizer kid. He's so cool. Well, I am inspired by people that I work with that I actually need to do that. And to wake up. And to tell you the truth, Mike, there is no one left holding the gate. There's no one there. There is no bench. It's gone. It's over. Radio is going to die a horrible, tragic death, and people are going to let it die if they don't do things like support the Crusade Channel and then pick up some part of the radio broadcasting trade. And I mean it as a trade. And I try to nudge these people. There it is. Josh K just put it in the chat room. It is one of the great disappointments of the last 10 years of what I have seen, especially after... now, Rush was already on his way down, so the decline was already there. So after he lost his hearing, he was really never the same. But there was he was at least holding the gate open. There's no one on trade. You had the hacks. You had the Mike Gallaghers. You had the Mark Levins. Well, what an absolute disgrace that is. You had the Vanities, Pawn Vanity, and they also ran Glenn Beck. Out of all of them, it may surprise you to hear me say, the only one that's even attempting anything that was remotely, I would consider radio, is Beck. He's the only one. And he actually tries to do like a radio show. If you listen to it, you go like, okay, he has a little bit of theater of the mind going. It really is a tragedy. And I don't think that you can replace it with the 15-second Ben Shapiro, I got you soundbite. That's not a replacement. That is going to lead to people being more stupid than they already are, and thinking that they know something. Because, ooh, I heard such and such. Did you see what such and such did? It's just a never-ending. It's a hamster wheel of outrage. It's a hamster wheel of outrage.
Yeah, it's more emotional. You don't take the time to deliberately develop an argument, and therefore no one learns to think syllogistically or logically. So yeah, it's a dying trade, but it's not your fault. It's the fault of the American population that no longer has the cognitive ability to follow an argument for 20 minutes.
He said syllogism. There are like 3 people listening right now that knew what you just said. Wait a minute. I have my argument. I have a major premise, minor premise, and my... No, wait a minute. It doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing as a syllogism.
How do I feel? That's the real question.
Wait, how angry am I after what I saw Candace Owens say yesterday? I'm really angry. Candace has really got me fired up. Fired up to do what? What are you going to do with it? Well, I don't know, but I'm fired up. Okay, what are you going to do?
That's right.
I'm gonna vote harder.
Cortisol reactions. cortisol reactions in my body and my brain, and that's it. That's the whole.
Well,
that's the
let me
journey.
just say to you, and I know you have to get to class. It's always a joy to find someone that is at least a kindred spirit. You are. And I've told you this, and you always go like, KingDude, I don't know what that means. When I say, Mike, you're a major market talent, you look at me like, what does that mean? Well, it means I could drop you on a radio station in a top 50 market, turn the microphone on and say, Parrot, go kill 3 hours. And I do mean kill it. You could do it, and most people would not stop listening. That's a major market talent. You can do it. We look forward to getting you back someday soon. God bless you and your family, and thanks for being part of it. 5 years, and I say you're not getting out of it now. You're guilty, dude. You're guilty.
I just keep coming back for more, man.
Well, we're glad that you do, and God bless you, brother. Thanks for calling.
Congratulations. God bless.
You're very welcome. Thank you. And I knew it was going to be in and out quick. Thanks to Bob and Julie Kopka for a great donation coming in. Folks, I know one of you's out there. I know you're out there with that 4-digit donation. I know you're there. You need the letter of determination? Send me an email. I'll send it to you this morning. I know you're out there. We're getting close. We got 2 hours to go. Well, we got to pick the pace up. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. Thanks to all of you. Wow, so many great donations. Okay. You know him as, well, you know what? If I don't introduce him with the proper music, he won't even talk. He's like a wind-up bunny here. So I have to play the correct music, or I can't get him to talk. Bond. Junk Bond. Gregory Carpenter, host of the Reverse Deception Radio. Carpenter, I guess Greg can kind of get off the hook because he was involved in the first 5 years. Parrot was involved in the last 5 years. So if you split the difference there, we have a total of 10 years. And Junk Bond is on your Dude Maker hotline here. Mr. Bond, good morning. How are you?
Well, good morning, miniature. I have to say, with wondrous warmth and worthy welcome, wise warden of wit thou art, thou hast woven me within thy world of words, from waiting in the wings to walking within thy well-spoken realm. I willingly whisper my wholehearted thanks, and warmest congratulations, too, for 10 triumphant years of timeless talk and treasured tales told to thy faithful throng. May thy vigilantly vivacious voice yet wander wide and work its magic for many marvelous moons more.
Oh, wow. I am not worthy. I'm not worthy.
I worked on that all night, literature.
I was going to say, did you actually write there? Did you lift that?
Yeah.
That was a reverse deception from Chaucer, translated into modern English.
No, I worked on that for a while.
Oh, can we have a copy of it?
Absolutely not. Yes, of course.
Well, you know, I have a sister who's a transcriptionist now, so all I have to do is play it back for her. So
I want you to know the picture I showed you last night of where I'm drinking my coffee from this morning. I just dropped it in the chat room, just so everybody can see that I'm fully on board.
The Wuhan Institute of Virology is
gain of function division.
So is this where you are buttering your bread these days?
Well, one of my friends, epidemiologist, sent it to me. He went, I'll call it abroad, on a epidemiology surveillance trick, setting up a system in a country adjacent to China that didn't have a surveillance system, so they didn't know when they caught the bug, the Wuhan bug. So now they know that next time China releases a virus on them, they'll be able to tell that it's killing their people.
There's the whole thing about well, don't we have any? Why isn't there any social media? Why aren't there any no film and no photographs of what happened in Wuhan? Because that's where you go to do things that. First rule of Wuhan: don't talk about Wuhan.
Exactly. It was such an amazing, dare I say, governmental coincidence. Yes, that sounds really good. That blows off the tongue well. It was amazing that the team that worked on the coronavirus came from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, when they finished in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
The lab was built in Wuhan, completed in 2017. They moved everybody, all of the samples and everything got moved there, but they didn't do any work there. It was the same team, same lead, primary investigator, everything, but they didn't do any work there on the bat coronavirus stuff that they did work on.
There's an amazing photograph in the chat room,
doublespeak.
Gregory. Yours truly, Jeff Johnson, and you at Studio D. This is in spring of 2016, I believe. And the most ominous thing about the photograph is that because behind us is a angled glass. It's angled at exactly 5 degrees, and it's just enough of an angle to catch the Godfather staring at us as the picture is being taken. The Godfather that is the Pole is standing there looking as mean and gruff as ever. What are these stupid Americans? What are they doing taking picture? Why was I not invited into picture? You can just see him. It's hysterical that he's just staring at us with that growl.
And the funny thing was, he was happy as could be that day.
He was a happy.
That's his happy face.
He was happy pole that day.
If you look at the picture there, you'll see I had brought my my CIA lanyard, and I gave that to Anthony when we left. He put that up in his case of stuff. I wanted to bring him something special for having us and letting us broadcast from there that day.
I think that this is at the Studio D, actually.
No, that's at the Twins.
Is that at Twins? Oh, that's at Twins. Okay, so he's not. It's not a reflection in the glass. Okay, so he's actually standing in the doorway.
Yeah.
Ah.
Looks like a poltergeist of the pole.
A poltergeist of the pole. Well, the poll always has an open invitation. If he ever wants to cash it in, he could return today. I saw him at the St. Benedict Center at the annual conference, and we were cordial. We said hello and all the the formalities and what have you. But he was never, by the way, just for people that want to know. We never banned him or anything. He just decided to quit. He decided to just kind of drop out and go do whatever it is that he's doing. But he's always welcome, and he could pop in today if he wanted to. Now, Carpenter, you're the first time.
Hey, I wanted to follow up on something that Jay Arthur was talking about, the app and the Indian crowd.
Okay.
Right. Not Feather. So when I was with the Bureau, we were chasing those guys back in the late 2000s or so. And the company that he's talking about is a massive, they taught the planet to hack for bad. They were a very bad company designed for espionage. And they bought and sold and stole secrets like nobody's business. They did significant damage to many, many people throughout the world. So I feel for him. I know those guys, and boy, they're garbage.
Hey, Greg, can you hang on for a second? We have to take a break.
Yes, sir.
We'll be right back. Folks, donations have stopped. We need to pick back up. CrusadeChannel.com/donate. We'll be right back after the news.
for live talk radio Thursday Night Throwdown, hosted by you. Win a seat at the table, win the throwdown, and then you pick next week's topic.
Now that's real live talk radio exclusively on the Crusade Channel. Radio, the way it should be.
Thousands of years ago, if you owned a book, you had to haul it home in a wagon, and you'd need your 2 oldest sons to carry it into the house. Then you'd need one family member who could read.
The story of Beowulf.
Another to hold the candle.
Hold it steady.
And another to turn the pages.
Not that close, you'll catch it on fire.
The good news for you is that was then and this is now. And now you have the Founders Trading Post store, where ordering, delivery, and reading your favorite books is literally a snap. Here's what's new this month.
Space Nostra, profound words of encouragement and consolation for weary members of the mystical body, from the slaves of the Immaculate Heart.
Take your baby by the hand and make her do a high handstand. And take your baby by the heel and do the next thing that you feel. We were so in phase in a dance all days.
Broadcasting 50,000 kilowatts from atop the tallest radio tower on the planet. We are KRSD, the Crusade Channel, Madisonville.
Well, it's what our call letters would be.
Crusade Channel News. News you can trust.
Because let's face it, the truth just sounds different, like a symphony of facts.
And now, from the Crusade Channel News Desk, here's Janet Huxley.
Hello, Crusaders. Welcome to Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. I'm Janet Huxley, reporting for the Crusade Channel News Desk, live from the Dothan Farm and Ranch, south of Kansas City, Missouri. Today's newscast brought to you by the all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app, the best way to listen to the KingDude ever. And installation is so easy. Open up a browser on your device. Go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, and then open the app. It's literally that easy. Here's what to listen for this hour. One Republican breaks with party to stymie reopening of government. Democrats fight to block Trump's reckless and unnecessary call to restart nuclear testing. White House working on game-changer 50-year mortgage plan. And Mom Donnie's wife is another aspiring politician's artist now. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul was the only Republican who broke with his party and voted no on the test vote to break a filibuster on the deal to reopen the government. Paul voted nay because of hemp. He wants a guarantee of a change in the bill regarding hemp. The measure prevents unregulated sales of intoxicating hemp-based products at gas stations and small retailers. It preserves the sale of non-intoxicating CBD in other hemp-related products. From there, it gets really complicated, with the government shutdown stretching out further. Senate Democrats want to curb President Donald Trump's ability to unilaterally resume nuclear testing, as the president suggested the U.S. would do so on an equal basis with Russia and China moving forward. While Trump did not elaborate and clarify what reinstating nuclear testing would involve, Senate Democrats are seeking to put some limitations in place for the executive branch amid concerns that launching the first nuclear test in more than 30 years would prompt near-peer adversaries like China to follow. Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Pulte confirmed Saturday that President Donald Trump's administration is developing a proposal to introduce 50-year mortgages. Pulte called the plan a complete game changer for American homebuyers. Thanks to President Trump, we are indeed working on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer, he said in a statement on X. His comments followed a Truth Social post from Trump, who shared a graphic comparing himself to Franklin T. Roosevelt, whose New Deal created the 30-year mortgage during the Great Depression. The 50-year mortgage would be the most dramatic shift in U.S. housing finance in nearly a century. Supporters say it could lower monthly payments, extend affordability to younger Americans, and help buyers struggling with record prices and high interest rates. Our quote of the day, "He who possesses God lacks nothing. God alone suffices." Saint Teresa of Avila. And coming up, our saint of the day, You're listening to Crusade Channel News.
When most people hear the word coffee, they conjure up visions of a ceramic mug in the palm of both hands and a woman slowly sipping. This isn't a Folgers commercial. It's for Capuchin Holy Roast, and here's how I take mine. With a dash of vanilla, a pinch of cinnamon, a spoonful of honey, and lots of heavy cream. Add some ice, shake, and then enjoy, while knowing that's $6 the libs at Starbucks can't spend to ruin my life and yours.
Cappuccino Holy Roast in whole bean or grind is available at shop.mychurch.com.
Our saint of the day is Saint Martin of Tours. He was born of pagan parents in what is now Hungary and raised in Italy. He was forced at the age of 15 to serve in the army, and he became a Christian catechumen. He was baptized when he was 18. It was said he lived more like a monk than a soldier, and at 23 he refused a war bonus. He told his commander, "I've served you as a soldier, now let me serve Christ." After great difficulties, he was discharged and went to be a disciple of Hilary of Poitiers. He was ordained an exorcist and worked with great zeal against the Arians. Martin became a monk, living first at Milan and later on a small island. When Hilary was restored to his see following his exile, Martin returned to France and established what may have been the first French monastery near Poitiers. He lived there for 10 years, forming his disciples and preaching throughout the countryside. The people of Tours demanded he become their bishop. Martin was drawn to that city by a ruse, the need of a sick person, and was brought to the church where he reluctantly allowed himself to be consecrated bishop. Some of the consecrating bishops thought his rumpled appearance and unkempt hair indicated he was not dignified enough for the office. As death approached, Martin's followers begged him not to leave them. He prayed, "Lord, if your people still need me, I do not refuse the work. Your will be done." So now Rama Duwaji is an artist. Despite maintaining a low profile during her husband's campaign, she stirred up some controversy when she shared an Instagram post in October of a Palestinian influencer known for celebrating Hamas's October 7th, 2023 terror attacks, according to the New York Post. Rama Duwaji, the wife of New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, is reminiscent of Hunter Biden, they say. Well, they being a leading U.S. artist because of her rising profile, connections, and politically charged sketches. I'm Janet Huxley for the Crusade Channel, seeking news and finding truth.
Thousands of years ago, if you owned a book, you had to haul it home in a wagon, and you'd need your two oldest sons to carry it into the house. Then you'd need one family member who could read.
The story of Beowulf.
Another to hold the candle.
Hold it steady.
And another to turn the pages.
Not that close, you'll catch it on fire.
The good news for you is that was then and this is now. And now you have the Founders Trading Post store, where ordering, delivery, and reading your favorite books is literally a snap. Here's what's new this month.
The Transhumanist Temptation, How Technology and Ideology Are Reshaping Humanity and How to Resist, by Grayson Quay.
For the last time, I'm pretty sure what's killing the crops is this Brondo stuff.
The Brondo's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes.
So wait a minute. What you're saying is that you want us to put water on the crops?
Yes.
Water. Like out the toilet?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be out of the toilet, but yeah, that's the idea.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Okay, look, the plants aren't growing, so I'm pretty sure that the Brondo's not working. Now, I'm no botanist, but I do know that if you put water on plants, they grow.
Well, I've never seen no plants grow out of no toilet.
Hey, that's good. You sure you ain't the smartest guy in the world?
Yeah. Okay, look, you want to solve this problem. I want to get my pardon, so why don't we just try it, okay? And not worry about what plants crave.
Brondo's got what plants crave.
Yeah, it's got electrolytes.
What are electrolytes? Do you even know?
It's what they used to make Brondo.
Yeah, but why did they use them to make Brondo?
Well, I had to play the Brondo clip for Junk Bond because he's had it at his ringer on his phone for however many years. 10th anniversary Crusade Channel, massive celebration day going on here today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to make the. I want to thank Paul Stencil for a major contribution during the time out there. We were to quit at 10 a.m. We got 2 hours left to go here. We need some serious donation at crusadechannel.com/donate to hit the 10 grand mark for the day. So 844-527-8723. 844-5-CRUSADE. I don't know either. It's probably only on the video. And I can't worry about it, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let me go back to Junk Bomb. It's on the video only. I didn't patch anything. I didn't change anything. I turned something down is all that I did. All right. Junk Bond. It is Greg still there. Golly. Do we have phones? Are the phones working?
I don't know. Are they?
I guess not. Is he there?
I'm here.
There he is.
Yeah, I could hear you the whole time.
I did not make. Maggie is yelling at me, telling me that I messed something up. I didn't mess with anything on it. All I did was turn a fader down so that it would be. You know what? Turn the reverb off. Turn the video off. Then is my suggestion. Thank you. Junk Bond. You don't want to be me.
It's about to take back everything that I said when I first entered the show this morning.
And what was that?
Lost. It's just how wonderful you are. In the early days, we had to go back and forth, and there was so many different things that you were learning on how to put the broadcast together. So you didn't have these things happen all the time, and it happened periodically. We doodle through those things sometimes.
It happens like this, Greg.
I can't do it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Do it live! I can write it and we'll do it live! The thing sucks!
I've heard that before.
O'Reilly still gets asked about that.
Oh my God.
That was when he was on Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so I played the Brondo clip because you adopted it as like your own, put it as your ringtone. Is this still your ringtone?
It still is my ringtone for certain people. As a matter of fact, it's your ringtone.
So you get, hey, S. Parker 6, nobody likes a correction. It was Entertainment Tonight, and we're sticking with Entertainment Tonight. And if it wasn't Entertainment Tonight, well, then I don't know what show it was, and I don't care.
So we definitely are experiencing the Junk Bond effect. I mean, when I joined the chat this morning, there were 39 people. Now we've doubled that. And since I joined this morning, I'm watching your ticker number here at the bottom, amount raised, go up, went up about 26%. So I think I think you're experiencing the junk bond effect. Just by my mere presence, people are like, oh, throw money at this guy.
Well, we needed it to go up 66%. Okay, so the goal is $10,000. I don't know where it is, but we need more people to make a donation. So we need the junk bond effect. We need you to be Jerry Maguire right now and show me the money.
We had that. What was that one time we were at Hogs for the Cause? You did your broadcast from there, and out of nowhere, the number just went like through the roof. We were sitting talking, and we talked about the junk bond effect, and then all of a sudden, people were donating, and it was incredible. It was hysterical. We were just sitting there shaking our heads like, never thought, didn't think you were going to make it that day. And it went over and above, and it was just a great feeling.
Well, no, I can tell you what happened that day. It was a singular. Well, no, there was a bunch of donations that came in, but there was one guy that donated like $5,000 at one clip. And there's a picture of it right there. And then Main Man, well, we're at 5,500 right now, so there is hope. Getting into the 10. Main Man, Renee Lupois came to the booth and he goes, I don't know what you guys did, but this monster just came through and he showed us the $5,000 donations that we got, which put us over the top right now. I can tell you that particular
that was the year I brought all the Cuban cigars with me.
It was.
I
can tell you that particular donor has made a contribution to this effort already. So there is some big money on the side. Fiorella is standing by in the green room. Hi, Fiorella. Well, first of all, I got the grimace from her. She went, this is dreadful music as a rejoin. I got the horrible, dreadful music vibe. And then when O'Reilly cursed, even though I bleeped it out, she grimaced. Like, no. So I got to move on. Greg, but thank you for being around before the Crusade channel. You and I met in what, 2014 at Quaker Steak and Lube in Fredericksburg, Virginia, which is no longer there.
Right.
It's closed. And remember, Mac went to go get me at Reagan, and I flew in at like 6:30. Thinking it was plenty of time for the 7:30 meet and greet. Mac and I didn't get there until 9:30. Because of I-95 traffic.
That's right. Amazing. But you know what? We had gotten a head start. We had already drank plenty of bourbon. So we were ready to receive you with open arms.
Yes, I remember that. And that's when I got my signed copy of Reverse Deception, the book.
That's right.
This guy who I don't know puts his book in my, you need to read this book. I'm like, yeah, dude, okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Put it on the file.
And the rest, as they say, is history. That is also, by the way, reminiscent and going down memory lane. That is also the same weekend that the pole gets his name. Because we were all trying to figure out sleeping arrangements. And my brother Matt goes, all right, well, Greg said that such and such can stay at his house. And me and you will take the pole. Matt just says it nonchalantly. Me and you will take the pole back to my place. He can stay there. And I went, what you call him? He goes, the pole. And I said, the pole. And Cesare became the pole there on that day. We still love you, Cesare.
That's right.
And that's the origin of Caesars.
I am concerned that main man Jeff basically has all these pictures of us, though. He's been trolling us, I guess.
Dude, he's a stalker. It's a stalker. But note there's no women in any of those pictures. I don't know, man.
The next time we get back together, Mike, I know you're on you got to do a turn here, but the next time we get back together, I'm going to tell you about the time I hacked the People's Liberation Army and took all of their documents.
I would love to hear it.
A lot of fun. I did a presentation at DEF CON about that last year, and I think I'd like to share that one with you. That ought to be a fun one to talk about.
It sounds fantastic. Greg, always a pleasure, brother. You're a gentleman and a scholar and a PhD now. I have to call you Dr. Carpenter. So congratulations on that. You know, Fiorella's going to join us in 30 seconds here. Who's going to have a title added to her name. She's going to be canon lawyer. So Fiorella, is that going to make a JD like in the United States? StreamYard.
CL, but maybe that's JD in the States. Is it different?
So in the States, it's Juris Doctorate.
No, I won't have a doctorate. I have a licentiate.
Okay. Well, Greg meet Fiorella, meet Greg.
A pleasure.
Hi.
Greg, God bless you, and the kids, and the baby Sasquatch. They're all married now except one, right?
All except one, that's right. 4 grandkids, 4 kids.
Dude, keep the one that's not married at the house. I'm telling you, build a room, put locks on it, lock them in there, don't let them leave. Empty nest syndrome stinks.
Try my best. God bless me.
Okay. No, we miss having the kids around, man. Yeah, not just, it doesn't stink because of the company. You just get used to having the children around. Okay. Fiorella is here. And of course, if we went to the origins of people, I met Fiorella in France in August, late July, August of 2019. Or was it 18?
It was 9. It was the year before COVID.
2019 at Chevania at the what is he calling the Communionum? What does Ferdy call that place? The school.
Just noticed Chevania International. That's what I knew it as.
Is it still open? Have you talked to him?
I think so. I think it's doing all right because you've got a whole lot of Ukrainian students.
Oh. And so Fiorella and I was there for the whole week. You didn't get there until your presentation was on Thursday, so you got in on Wednesday. So you were only a prisoner of Charles Colombe's for 2 days.
It was an entertaining 2 days.
She laughed. Now, Fiorella was supposed to leave on Friday morning, and her flight got canceled. And she had to stay for an extra day. It was probably the longest 24 hours of her life. And she kept going to her phone going, no, you're leaving me again, no. And she got stuck with me and Joseph Pierce and Charles Cologne and Ferdy and I forget who else. In the south of...
Let me tell you, it was not the company that was the problem. It was just I was supposed to be taking my children to the seaside.
And it was so hot. Oh, folks, you cannot believe how hot the south of France gets in August. No, I think the day you got there on Wednesday, that was the day that we went to see the tapestry at Angers. And
I didn't get to do I didn't go on the outings, as I recall.
Okay, we went to see the tapestry at Angers, and if you ever go to the south of France, go to it. You will not. It's the most incredible thing I think I've ever seen in person. It's 13th. I think it's 13th century. I don't even know when it was made, but it is a book of the apocalypse in carpet, basically. They wove the scenes. And when the lambs and the sheep are there, you can see they even took wool and they pulled like wool through the fabric to make it like a furry sheep. In any event, Fiorella, that Wednesday day, it was 108. And you know, French people don't like it. They don't have any air conditioning. So we get stuck on a train, and the train breaks down. And there's no, you can open the window, but what's the point? So we're stuck on a train. We're in the train. It's packed. It's a commuter train. It's 108 degrees outside. Charles has his seersucker suit on. He still has it on, and it's like it was a grand old time. This is where the idea for, by the way, Fiorella, and you can still find his podcast. It's still on CrusadeChannel.com. You can still get it. It is Fiorella, Joseph Pearson, and I talking about what makes murder mysteries the best Catholic fiction. And I think you still believe that because you've written enough books about that.
I've written 6 murder mysteries now, so...
You want to tell them what makes it? And you and I and Joseph, we sat down, we did an hour-long podcast, and then afterwards I proposed the idea to you for the 5-minute mystery. I still think it's one of the best little radio shows that we've ever made.
Do you know, I'd forgotten that's where it started. Of course it did. Do you know the embarrassing confession I have to make about the 5-minute mysteries is when I wrote them, I didn't always write down the solve, and I have forgotten. How I intended them to be solved.
Well, I told you, and I never told anyone this. There was one mystery that I thought I had solved, and I sent Fiorella to solve it. She goes, "Ooh, that's quite just to tell you the truth. I don't know if that's the solve." And I said, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? And you said, well, it does make sense. So let's suppose that could be the solve. They were very intriguing little what would you call them? Little enigmas.
Yes. Locked room mysteries, most of them, weren't they?
And they had great little characters in them, and you could tell that whoever wrote the 5-minute mysteries, if I didn't identify the author, we were back in the medieval times when Beowulf was written, they would figure out it was you because of the books that you have written and the books that you like. You can read the thread and go like, okay, I know where she got that character from. Because there's a lot of Chesterton, Tolkien, and Lewis, and Dickens, and other great English authors running through the characters. If you pay close attention, those characters are very well chosen from great English literature, correct?
Indeed, yes. Lots of influences.
So Fiorella has been with us since somewhere or another since 2019. That's quite a long time. A great body of work. A great body of work. 3 years daily, the Fiorella show, or the early show. 5 years until it ended this past January. The Fiorella Files is over 100 episodes. We still air them pretty much every Monday, and then you can get them all as podcasts. When will your canon lawyer school end?
Well, I'll finish the master's part of it in all being well in February, but then I will have another 2 years of study, much more focused on canon law itself.
So will you go somewhere and be kind of like an intern, and have to actually practicing?
Well, yes. The idea is you have to do a 3-month internship as part of the course with the diocese, usually with the marriage tribunal. That tends to be the work. And then after that, well, there are lots of things you can be. You can work on the marriage tribunal. You can work as an advocate or even as a judge. You can be a pastoral advisor. You can be a teacher. I'm quite tempted by teaching. Actually, I'm enjoying academia so much. I hadn't realised how much I missed it. So,
what are you teaching?
Well, I'm thinking about lecturing when I finish, because one of the things I'd be qualified to do when I got my licentiate would be to teach, either in a seminary or in a Catholic university. So, or maybe do some more writing, because I miss the writing, and I wouldn't mind being able to do some academic writing as well.
Well, I can tell you that at Old St. Patrick's Church in New Orleans, Father Garrett O'Brien was sent by Bishop Amon to Catholic University of America for 2 years to be his canon lawyer. And I can tell you what he does with it. He's on the tribunal.
Yeah. It's where a lot of the work is, and it's important pastoral work. Though I have to admit, marriage law isn't the bit I'm enjoying the most at the moment. So we'll see. I love the sanctifying office of the church, and I'm enjoying the history of canon law. So I don't know, maybe I'm shifting closer and closer towards academia again.
Well, okay, so we need an update on children. Natalia, Hugh, Natalia, Hugh. Who was our ice skating champion?
Francesca's the
Francesca. And who's the fourth?
Nicholas.
Tell us what the kids are up to.
Oh, wow. Well, Hugh is at art college. He's in his second year.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he's doing art, and he's learning iconography and all sorts of different kinds of art. And Francesca's still skating. She's just getting ready for a big show at the moment. She did Aladdin last year, and now she's Prince Charming. When you see her on Disney on Ice, you'll know it started here.
All right.
Nicholas is preparing for some big exams, the GCSE exams that they do when they're 16 and be doing those next year. And Natalia is still playing chess and doing all sorts of crazy things like that.
Well, we're delighted to see you today for the 10th anniversary. And as I said, you've been since September of 2019. The first 5-minute mystery, I looked this up, was the first week of October in 2019.
Wow. It's gone by like a flash, and yet it does seem like a long time ago because there have been lots of shows and the old-time radio drama and all of that.
Still played every Halloween. It gets played. Your introduction to Wrong Number, which is probably the best suspense show ever written. Still gets played every year. Fiorella, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us for the 10th anniversary.
Wonderful. Happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. We're out of time. I've been chatting some more. That's Fiorella Nash, of course. I can't do justice of all the shows that she has done and participated in, including the Fiorella Files, the early show, the 5-minute mysteries. And yeah, she was the host of our Suspense! And the Halloween special, the episodes that she narrated.
We got more coming, folks. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Weekdays at 2 Central on the Crusade Channel, our app, and always on CrusadeChannel.com. Live talk and podcast radio.
The way it should be.
Hello, Crusaders. I'm Janet Huxley at the Crusade Channel News Desk with your Crusade Crucials for Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. Today's report is brought to you by the all-new Crusade Channel app, the best way to listen to the KingDude ever. An installation is just so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, and then open the app. It's literally that easy. In the market report, the Dow closed up 0.81% and the S&P was up as well, 1.54%. NASDAQ climbed 2.27%. Today, we honor the military veterans who served in the United States Armed Forces. The federal holiday coincides with Armistice Day and Remembrance Day, which marks World War I. These observances reflect the end of significant hostilities at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, when the armistice with Germany took effect. Initially, the United States observed Armistice Day as well, but it evolved into the current Veterans Day in 1954. Today is also National Sundae Day, bringing a celebration to ice cream lovers across the country. The oldest known record of an ice cream sundae is in Ithaca, New York in 1892. Our quote of the day, "He who possesses God lacks nothing. God alone suffices." Saint Teresa of Avila. And our saint of the day is Saint Martin of Tours. You're listening to Crusade Channel News.
Okay, please enter the 9-digit 2-step authorization code we just emailed you.
What do you mean, prove I'm human?
Okay, that's a car. That's a car. That's a car.
Those are not cars. Please try again. Oh my gosh. I'll show you. Try again, stupid piece of AI mother. Here, try this.
Jim, what are you doing? Good grief, man. This isn't Office Space the movie. What are you trying to do?
I just wanted to send the KingDude a donation through the stupid computer.
Like Trump, the KingDude makes everything better, including donating, which you can now do by mail.
Mail? They still have that?
Of course they do, and the KingDude's keeping the ponies running on time and in business. Just snail mail your donation to P.O. Box 400, Madisonville, Louisiana, 70447.
Ha! And you can't. You're such a boomer. Me this time. And wait a minute. I know they're around here somewhere. There! Ha-ha!
Dude, those are airmail stamps from the movie Airplane. Surely you have...
Of course I do. And don't call me Shirley. The Crusade Radio Guild is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, so your donations are tax deductible. Donate today, the Crusade Radio Guild, P.O. Box 400, Madisonville, Louisiana, 70447.
Hello, Crusaders. It's Trader Jill, a.k.a. Lee. When I want the best in live talk radio in the palm of my hand, I always have it with the all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app, even for technophobes like Jim.
I heard that!
Listening to or watching the KingDude live or on podcast is just literally 2 clicks away, and installing the app is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. Tap login now or proceed as guest. See? It's really that simple. Don't ever be without the Master Chief himself. Again, no matter where you are, install the Crusade Channel app today.
The all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app is the best way to listen to the Crusade Channel ever. And installation is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. It is literally that easy. Install the Crusade Channel 2.0 app today at crusadechannel.com/app.
In the era of the Biden regime, the Mike Church Show lives by the creed, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And if that doesn't work, move to Grenada.
Well, it wouldn't be an anniversary show if I didn't play some up in here. 10 years ago today, the fateful day that you either celebrate or lament, one of the two, depending on whose side you're on. The Crusade Channel was launched. Born in the bosom of the mind of me. Actually, if you listen to the last show on Sirius XM yesterday, which we rebroadcast for the first time in 10 years, yesterday, all 3 hours of it, if you listen to it, then you heard me say half a dozen times that we're not going anywhere. We're moving to this new internet radio station that we're forming. We're going to call it Remnant Radio Network. Now, why didn't it stay Remnant Radio Network? Well, because we were still discussing it, and actually in a conversation with Chris Ferrara said, well, I don't know if I would use Remnant because it's kind of already being used in that space. He goes, I'm just suggesting. And we were having a conversation. I think it was a conference call twixt me and Ferrara and David Simpson. And somebody said, why not Veritas? Latin for truth. And said, hey, that sounds good. Veritas Radio Network, VRN. Yeah. A couple of days later, a logo was born. The name was born. I registered with the Louisiana Secretary of State to make it official. And when we launched on that day yesterday, as you heard the show yesterday, it launched as the Crusade or as the Crusade Channel on the Veritas Radio Network. And 10 years later, here we are now, just the Crusade Channel. The Veritas Radio Network is still a dream. If you will it, it is no dream, dude. That part of the dream have not come true, and that's okay. But we have survived here, and thanks to all of you who have made your donations. We're 2/3 of the way there. 2/3 of the way to the $10,000 goal for today. So crusadechannel.com/donate. So many people to thank, and I will send personal emails out later today. But all of those that I have seen coming in as I'm speaking, I have been thanking you personally and individually. Thank you so much. We can do this little radio station that could, and you think about that. The enterprises that are known out there for having shows, podcasts, famous celebrities or whatever on them, and millions upon millions of listeners and views and whatnot. After 10 years, our audience pretty much remains about the same size. And it's a struggle to keep it that large. Were it not for the intercession of Our Lady of Walsingham, who became our patroness and queen in 2018, and always the intercession of St. Joseph and St. Pius X. And I was telling Maggie yesterday that I had kind of given short shrift to St. Martin of Tours. He was a miracle worker. He was the uncle of St. Martin. The station is launched on that day, on his feast day. So I'm going to add, as our patron saints, St. Martin of Tours today. Now let's go to the Dude Maker hotline and say hello to St. David of Mulberry. But no, before I bring him on, if you don't know who is about to come on the program, here.
Okay, Coconut Man, Moonheads, and P. You ready? Seems like everybody's got a price. I wonder how they sleep at night. When the sale comes first and the truth comes second, just stop for a minute and smile. Why is everybody so serious? Acting so damn mysterious. Got shades on your eyes and your heels so high that you can't even have a good time. Everybody look to the left. Everybody look to the right. Can you feel that? Yeah, we're paying with love tonight. It's not about the money, money, money. We don't need your money, money, money. We just want to make the world dance. Forget about the price tag. Ain't about the cha-ching, cha-ching. Ain't about the ba-bling, ba-bling.
All right, what do you want to be? Do you want to be the True Money Show guy? Do you want to be St. David of Mulberry? Do you want to be... Do you want to be the old curmudgeon on the porch of his house in Mulberry? Do you want to be Grandpa David today? Because that's true. What do you want to be?
Well, I can't avoid number 4, Grandpa Dave, so that's one. But I think the old curmudgeon, because if you say St. David of Mulberry, that'll be fire and brimstone raining down all around the neighborhood. What the heck y'all saying over there? So, yeah, we can't go with that one. Let's just say the old curmudgeon Grandpa D.
Now, you are a grandfather now. You said you were on your way to the hospital. I don't know that. Has the blessed event happened?
Thomas Simpson has joined the universe.
Woohoo! Thomas! Knowing that it is your son's son, I must say, I am completely and totally shocked that he named him for St. Thomas of Aquinas. Surprised! You just color me red and surprised. I never would have guessed it.
Mike, sadly, his first choice of name was vetoed by the lady of the house because he was going to call him Aquinas Simpson. Just go straight out. Let's go right to the jugular there. You know what I mean?
Aquinas Simpson. So is he T.A. Simpson? Did he sneak it in as a middle?
No, he gave him the infamous Simpson other family name Guyton, which I share and Stephen shares. The story there is 2 Simpson brothers married 2 Guyton sisters way back in the day, and we're double related to the Guytons. And anyway, so that's not that important. But anyway, Thomas Guyton is here.
So can you believe that, and congratulations on that, brother, that's going to be great to become a grandparent. Now you know.
Mike, I go through these phases where I'm stony cold, no emotions, and I go through these phases where I cry at the drop of a hat, and it's bizarre. I don't know what it is really, but I've been kind of one of those stony cold phases lately. And man, when Stephen called, I was there. I drove up there, and but I was in the lobby. They were back in the back. It was the birthing center, so they actually really did a natural birth, man. I mean, you should have seen her look like she'd been in a fight. I mean, she was just tired. Yeah. I mean, she was tired. She was going, man, I don't know if I do that again or not. But anyway, Stephen calls me and says, it's a boy. And I just, man, my neck got tight. I choked up. I'm proud of you, man. I love you. And just, so then he comes out, we hug. And then I took that little baby in my hands. He was 6 pounds, Mike. He's a little tiny thing, a little peanut. He came about 3 weeks early, so 37th week, full term, I think they say still, but definitely early. 6 pounds, not quite 20 inches long, and just, I'm not prejudiced here at all, but the most beautiful baby in the whole world. Okay, I'm just going to say it straight out.
That's awesome, man. That's a great thing. That's a great, must be a great feeling. And can you believe, 10 years ago today, this thing got started. I played that show yesterday, and I was like turning beet red as I'm listening to it, going like, "Oh God, it was a horror show." It literally could be the Crusade Channel presents the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Crusade Channel edition. It was
you were ambitious, and to take on that big of a project and just jump into it. I mean, I would imagine you'd have fallen flat on your face if you felt that way a little bit yesterday. Okay, well, you got back up, right?
Got back up and keep getting back on the horse, as they say, for 10 years. Now, is that commitment or is that insanity? I'm not. Insanity. I think that the Mrs. Church leans towards insanity and thinking that, will it ever end? Please, God, please bring it to an end.
Yeah, look, dedication, and perseverance is, I think, probably as a whole, America's least favorite virtues. We like to change our minds and our views every 10 seconds. Our attention spans are nothing. But dedication is something, whether it, and I've told you this before, but whether it pays in this earth, it pays in the next. And in the next world. So, you got to just decide which one you want. Do you want all the happy success of this world and it just goes away at the end, or do you want the eternal crown? So I opt for number two, and I think you do too.
Well, by the way, crusadechannel.com/donate. Just about $3,000 now to get to 10K for the day. Guys, gals, I know we can do this. There's still money on the sidelines. crusadechannel.com/donate. What an amazing thing that is. David, you and I did a little press conference about 10 days before the launch of the channel. We broadcast it on YouTube. Before doing so was cool. Where we did there were a lot of firsts that the Crusade channel actually kind of endeavored into. For internet news, we were the first internet news program. For the 24/7 original stream, the first 24/7 original stream. And, over the years, we figured out ways to work all those technical problems out. But I still remember when the first sign of financial hardship came and I had to borrow out of my life savings. I still remember David telling me, well, you know what you got to do after this? You got to stop doing all that stuff you're doing in the afternoon. You just got to get on there. You got to market. It's all marketing. That's all I want you doing is marketing. Well, I've tried it, and it doesn't work.
Well, we got in that circle, right, where you go, well, people normally market and advertise through major, through the TV and radio, right? And you go, how does a radio station market and advertise? It's like talking to yourself. It's a real problem. We never solved it, and that was a real kind of blow to us, I think, both of us. I was just there to help and to, be the free janitorial services whenever I needed to clean up, but it was your livelihood, and I had a heartache over that. It really bothered me. I was like, what can we do? And we talked about this every which way we could to grow the audience. And there were times it had some spurts in growth, and there were times when it had some little retractions, and then I don't know, it was just frustrating. If I was frustrated, like I said, as a volunteer wannabe guy, you had to be just immensely frustrated. And I think what's amazing, truly, is that even though I know you were frustrated, you were never down, whereas I do get down. And that's a credit to you, Mike. I mean, look, you give lots of people hope and happiness, and, there's just no trading for that. I mean, thank you for it. Thank you for 10 years of it, and all the times where, I needed a little, stiff kind of shot in the arm to get me going again. I appreciate it. Now nothing can do. It could be, a gigawatt of electricity go through my heart. It wouldn't wake me back up. No, I'm completely.
Well, let me tell you something I have discovered, though. I have discovered that the people that claim these audiences of hundreds of thousands and followers of millions and what have you here, none of this was organic. They didn't do that organically. They bought and paid for it, and there were primarily two countries of origin where private investment, if you will, or I would say blood money, was invested in the endeavors. There is not one that has accomplished anything remotely what we dreamed that we could 10 years ago, and has done it organically. As a matter of fact, I would say if I learned anything through the World Wide Web, David, it is that there is no such thing as organic, because they own the means of delivery. The bad guys own the means of delivery. Right. And if you're not in lockstep with them, you are not. They will not allow you to crack it.
Well, look, I would say this as a counter and as a positive message on this thing of the Crusade Channel and surviving 10 years. So I think the internet, and you and I have had a discussion about this a lot of times, it's a fracturing device. It actually isolates people, and that's why they have to be inorganic. They have to, like you say, buy audience and or even fake it to some degree, because everything else in their world causes individuality and kind of like a hyper individuality, pure individualism, and that fracturing causes no community and it causes no ability to have commerce. Okay, so there's lots of implications from this fact. But what I found lately, and this is for me being very much in outside of the world, like I've removed myself. I'm praying all the time. By the way, I hope you're getting some of the feeling of my prayers. I hope the Holy Ghost is giving you a little bit of juice. Anyway, I found lately that I'm seeing very, very small communities. And here I'm not even talking about near the size of the Crusade Channel. I'm talking about 100 people maybe, who are integrating and surviving because that small network can actually prosper against this individualism that's kind of going amok. So the fact that you're substantially larger than that small little group, and I've seen 2 or 3 of these things, I would say that there's still, the seed was planted 10 years ago. It has sprouted. Maybe you haven't seen the big tree trunk yet, but I'm not sure that it's not there.
Well, thank you for saying that. We have dozens in the early days. The thing that really my only lament really is that we didn't have and still don't, although I'm working on it again, access to the virgin sets of ears, if you will, who have never heard the message of the truth. They've never heard it. And there are conversions and reversions out there that are still waiting. And we had that opportunity on the Sirius XM Patriot channel, and I rebroadcasted the last show from October the 27th yesterday, and I listened to all 3 hours of it. And one of my takeaways was, number one, gosh, how really good we were on that channel. I mean, I'm listening to the commercials, to the imaging and stuff that, they did to promote the Mike Church Show and the Sirius XM Patriot channel, and then the live reads that I did that day, and then the interaction with the callers and with the producer. David, I'm just not boasting here, but just a fact. I was damn good at what I did. Really, really good. As a matter of fact, I'm listening to going like, why in the hell would you bring this to an end? Did someone in the sales department not pitch a bitch? The last day I was there, I did 6 live commercials. For those that aren't counting, that's $6,000 in revenue in one day. Why on earth? And believe me, I didn't get a share of that. And I'm listening to it going like, okay, demons, dude, gremlins, the enemy.
Well, there's I don't think there's any doubt, Mike. There's a so everywhere. Okay, my kids have started working, right? Stephen was at a high school, and then Hannah's now teaching at a homeschool hybrid, and everywhere that so my kids, they kind of follow in Dad's footsteps a little bit. They're not afraid to just say the truth, and of course they don't say it's theirs. They say they know where they get the truth from. It's not, it wasn't produced by us, created by us, imagined by us. It was something that was given to us, and we thank God for it. So they just say it, though. They say it, and every time they get a massive kick in the head. And if the world is against it, and I'm talking about from good people. I'm not talking about from the evil side. So same thing happened to you, the exact same thing. So we have 3 incidents of the exact same occurrence. Someone saying, "Hey, you know what? I think I've come on to something here. I think I found the truth here. I'm going to say it." And then the good people attack you because they think, I think erroneously, that it's not profitable. It can't be made current. It's not something that people want to hear. It's going to rankle some feathers, etc. Whatever their concerns are, and they come after them. And so my son's gotten it, my daughter's gotten it, and you got it. It's definitely evil, but the sad thing is it doesn't come from the evil side necessarily.
And the assault comes in so many different forms. And you wouldn't believe some of the ways or some of the things that happen. But there's also, just in looking back on it and listening to that show yesterday, radio is a powerful medium, man.
Yes.
I mean, I was so enjoying yesterday's show and going like, man, the thought of all those people in their cars, more than likely, listening to me on their Sirius XM in-dash satellite radios and feeling inspired to call, being upset about the show coming to an end or what have you here, and, having bought into something that they were a part of for years. And then hearing, that was coming to an end, just listening to that show yesterday and thinking like, wow, imagine today's Mike Church Show. And we still are broadcast 1 hour a day on 990 AM WGNO in New Orleans, which is a little light bulb station that not a lot of people know exists or can hear. But imagine that message in this show coming through on B97 or WRNO one afternoon. David, we truly would change the world. Of course, I might not survive. Right. I might get Charlie Kirked.
I know.
But
I know. Believe me, I thought it when I saw it. I'm like, I don't know how it didn't put a little chill down your spine.
Of course it did.
Shut up. Yeah, it's okay.
Of course it did. I was terrified. First thing I thought was, dude, they're willing to take out. Yeah, it could be any one of us. And it literally could have been. But the medium of radio, oh, gosh, that show yesterday is so powerful, so underrated. It's far more powerful than television because television comes at you in little.
I think it was a line from not a line from Brother. He's quoting scripture, but he says, faith comes through hearing, right?
Romans 10:17.
Yeah, so there's something about this medium that you're talking about that's conversational, that's human, that it touches people's hearts in ways that nothing else can. And no, you've always been good at it. And like I said, I think 10 years worth of doing it independently and fighting this just massive fight, whether it be the marketing fight, whether it be good people against you, and all the things we discussed. Look, only you could do it because you're the only person I know who can stay up and fighting and willing to keep on going in the midst of it. And even with Maggie over there saying, "You got to stop," whenever that happens. So look, I'm on my porch for a reason, Mike. Actually, like I said, I hope the prayers have helped because I am praying massively for you.
Thank you. Well, the prayers have helped, and every time we do a fundraiser and we set a goal, somehow it is met. Now we only have an hour left, and we're still $2,800 short. So I know that the Simpson family is just going to cut a check to cover that. So I think we're all good.
I gotta pay for a new grandchild. So I'm sorry,
dude. You got 3 kids at Christendom College and a grandbaby.
I know. Actually, I've only got 2 there now, so Hannah got out, so that's good news. And then Sophie's getting out this May, and so I'll be down to 1 for a year, then back to 2 the following year. But pretty soon, the gravy train to Front Royal Virginia is going to end. They're going to have to start paying for their own food, And David Simpson won't be cutting the checks anymore.
Well, David was, and for those of you that don't know, and by the way, I just extended the segment because I need to see a donation. You can put in the comment for the donation, thanks to David Simpson for sticking with Mike for 20 years, at crusadechannel.com/donate. For those of you that don't know, our bromance began in 2008 when this guy came knocking on the SiriusXM studio door when he was running for Congress against Bobby Jindal, against Steve Scalise and a couple other guys. Yep. And he showed up. He was the only one who showed up for an interview. We broadcast it. And then I began to support David in his campaign for Congress. And then he and I hit it off. And I think that the greatest moment, and you talk about storing up treasures in heaven, you didn't get a reward for it here. All you got out of it was heartache from me. But the greatest moment was the moment when, and I don't remember, I wish I could, but I don't remember the day, but I kind of remember the conversation. Mike, you're a Catholic, you should come check out the Latin Mass one Sunday. And I went, Raggy? Ratting. And I said, they still have masses in Latin? And you go, yeah, we have one on the North Shore. And I went, I didn't know anything about this. And I didn't go that week. I did not go. As a matter of fact, I didn't go for a year and a half, 2 years. But something...
I think I asked you 2 or 3 times. I wasn't I tried to be as coy as possible. I wasn't being extremely direct. I really don't like proselytizers, too much. But yeah, I kept handing to you because I thought, this guy needs the force of that great prayer on his side,
Something happened, and I wish I could remember the touchstone moment, but I decided, you know what, I'm going to go check this out. I was thinking that we needed to go back more. I needed to get back to the faith, and I wasn't being a very good Catholic. And I started hearing you talk about it, and you were handing me things like Latin Mass magazine. And the thing just kind of
started
building, and then I know exactly what it was. I was writing an article for MikeChurch.com, and then I was writing an article for when Jordan Bloom was still the editor of the Daily Caller. I was writing an article for the Daily Caller. And I thought, because I had seen it somewhere, I want to include something about St. Augustine. And you want to tell me Our Lady doesn't work in absolutely miraculous ways? This is how this happened. So I'm looking for a quote from St. Augustine. I'm running Google searches. And the most amazing thing happened, but it wasn't amazing that day, David Simpson. Do you know what came up in my search window?
My guess would be the St. Augustine Institute or something like that.
Exactly. It was an article written by this guy named Brother Andre Marie.
Yeah.
And I read it and I went, wow! And I wrote Brother, and he had his contact info at Catholicism.org at the bottom. So I fired my first email off to BAM. And I said, Brother, my name is Mike Church. I'm a radio host, and I write for the Daily Caller, and I would like permission to quote, to use a part of your article in an article that I'm writing for the Daily Caller. And, of course, Brother wrote me back, and he said, of course, Mike, nice to meet you. And Brother Andre, and of course you can use it. And I used the article, and I used Brother's quote in the article. And then sometime in the ensuing time thereafter, I told you about it, and you went, and here's my opening. And Simpson went, I got him! I got him! And he went, have you ever heard, David goes, you ever heard of Philosophia Perennis? I'm like, no, is that an Italian spaghetti dish? What is that? And David, you should tell the rest of the story. You seized the opportunity. You had the foot in the door. And do you remember what you did?
Well, I know we started the philosophy course. And that's
No. What happened before then?
I'm not sure I remember.
You gave me a thumb drive with the preview episodes, the 8 previews of Philosophia Perennis from Brother Francis.
Yeah, I've done that a number of times where I've always gone, am I stealing from Brother here? And I told him one time, he's like, no. He goes, well, don't do it too much, but yeah, if you can give it to people that you think it's gonna take, then yes.
So Simpson surreptitiously hands me this thumb drive, and he goes, just give him a listen if you get a chance. You might like it. So I took the thumb drive and I burned myself a CD, and I started listening to Brother Francis Maloof. And by the time I got to the end of the 8th interview, I was like, I want more. Oh, my Lord, where has this been my entire life? I must have more. Simpson, more! Give me more! Yeah. And then, of course, you cheated, and you gave me the entire course, which I would tell Brother later. I offered to pay Brother later, but since we helped him sell like 150 copies of it, he goes, don't worry about it. I got it. I took the Philosophia Perennis course on my own, by myself. And by the time I get near the end, then David had put me in touch with Brother, or we were in touch with Brother. Fast forward now, I'm going to the Latin Mass, I'm reading the magazine. Steve Cunningham is sending me CDs of Father Wolf's sermons. You want to talk about breaking the camel's back. And I'm hearing Father Philip Wolf screaming at me, and I'm going like, I'm sorry, Father, I didn't know. And all of this comes crashing down, and then then enter Chris Ferrara, and Liberty, the God That Failed. And that was the last straw. And after that was a short time after that, we did 3 years, you and I, 2 years and 5 months of every Wednesday. We did the show, Philosophia Perennis, chat room and radio show. You remember that?
I was, this is a little side story. You may be interested, you may not. But I do. What you're talking about, I don't really think of it. I don't really plan it, Mike. David Simpson was not conspiring in the room and, I'm going to see Mike and I'm going to bring him the following 3 articles. That never happened, okay? It was always very natural. I just happened to, I was connected to all these people and I could bring you those resources when you asked me, or when we thought about it, when it came up. But so years later, I went to the conference up there in New Hampshire, right? And Brother Louis was there. And I'd met Brother Louis at a pilgrimage I went to years ago with my son when he was 10. And I loved him. I just thought he was one of the greatest guys I'd ever met. And so I go up there, and he just comes up to me and he goes, "Hey, man, it's so good to see you." And I'm like, "Oh, hey, Brother Louis, great to see you. What's going on?" And he's like, when we were on that pilgrimage, and he goes, you mentioned this guy, this radio guy, and he goes, "Man, I've had dozens of people come to me and say, 'Here, you ought to meet this guy. You ought to know this guy. This guy's movers. This guy can help the order, etc.'" He goes, "None of them ever pan out." And he goes, "But somehow," he goes, "the one guy that you brought up here," he goes, He's here again, and he's helping, and it's made a big difference." And I was like, "Well, brother, that's awesome. I'm so happy, And I said, "I knew I wasn't lying to you when I told you he was a good dude, So anyway, you got a copy from Brother Louis you probably never heard, because of how happy they were of all of the advance that the little order made with their involvement with you. So anyway,
well, it never happens. And again, I always look back, David, and I look for Mary's fingerprints, and I always find them. It's now I'm going to start bawling like you were bawling with the grandson. I'm just so. I'm not worthy. I don't know why she thinks that she needs to take care of me and be so good to me, but I always look back for Our Lady's fingerprints, and they're always there. There's never an instance when that mother of ours is not right there going, making the move, instigating some, pushing someone, but it's always her. For me, it's always her.
Yeah. Well, happy anniversary, Mike.
Thank you.
I know we've gone over time. We haven't. So about 2 weeks ago, probably, I'm driving around and I said, I haven't meant to drink with Mike in forever, And I don't really know why. Look, I know that I've banished myself from the world, and I'm sitting on the porch, and it's all intentional. It's probably, by the way, it's brought me a lot of time for reflection and contemplation, and I needed that desperately too. But I do also realize that I'm not a monk, I'm not a hermit, and cutting off relationships that I love is a mistake and stupid. So let's go have drinks soon.
Let's do it.
I really desperately need it, and I've got a few extra cigars laying around. I might bring those along too.
Dude, you can count on it. I will contact you today. It's so good to hear from you, brother. We love you. We love you and Rachel and your family so much. What a blessing to have the Simpson family and the church family life. We're so blessed.
Well, I feel it much more, and thank you so much. And keep on keeping on, and maybe one day we'll actually get true money. Who knows? I doubt it, but we'll try.
Mother Mary, give us some true money. As a matter of fact, we need $2,500 in true money today. So
right now, send that true
right
money.
Now.
No, send the false money in now. Send the true money in when we finally get it.
Look,
yeah, we'll do it.
We're like Jerry Lewis. We'll take pledges.
Hey, man, y'all take it easy. Let's go drink.
All right, brother. Thank you. All right, folks. I extended the break. Seriously, are we going to let $2,500 come between us and hitting this goal? One gold coin will cover it. You're right, Jeff. It's 10:08. We got 50 minutes. We can do it. CrusadeChannel.com/donate.
Holy guy. I'm sure I have no idea.
Yeah, the guy's name rhymed with Lurch. He was talking about being holy or something.
Talking about... Oh, you mean Mike Church. He's not trying to be holy.
Yeah, he's also not trying to fake being holy. Anyway, I just came from the Lila Rose 2-for-1 podcast promotion, and I didn't make a dent in one, much less get two, and I need something cool to listen to on the 6-hour drive I have coming up.
Well, the KingDude's got you covered there.
So, you got the deets?
No, but my dad had shingles.
Oh, you're such a boomer! Deets, as in details, as in where and when do I find this guy?
I'm not a boomer, and his podcast is hiding in plain sight at this thing called a website at CrusadeChannel.com.
Why can't he just have a QR code?
Yeah. Want me to come over there and type that in for you, Zoomer?
The Crusade Channel 4.0, one of life's simple pleasures.
Yeah, like hearing a tree beginning its journey to the paper mill.
Like paper over plastics, like the Crusade Channel.
And good old-fashioned live talk radio.
Never go out of style at CrusadeChannel.com.
Speaking of out of style, Jim, we need to talk about your hair.
What's the matter with my hair?
The 80s hair metal band's called, and they want their style back.
Have you ever dreamed of being like Brian Kay or Mitter Monday and being a free Farm Friday star? But you have no shot at it because you can't tell the difference between a U and a Y-O-U. Well, lucky for you, we have an entire bookstore filled with the books you need to become so passionate for farming, you'll soon be wearing a Brian Kay Calls Me for Advice t-shirt. So learn to grow by growing your library with books by shopping at shop.mikechurch.com.
Hello, Crusaders. It's Trader Jill, aka Lee. When I want the best in live talk radio in the palm of my hand, I always have it with the all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app, even for technophobes like Jim.
I heard that!
Listening to or watching the KingDude live or on podcast is just literally 2 clicks away, and installing the app is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. Tap login now or proceed as guest. See? It's really that simple. Don't ever be without the Master Chief himself. Again, no matter where you are. Install the Crusade Channel app today.
The all-new Crusade Channel 2.0 app is the best way to listen to the Crusade Channel ever. And installation is so easy. Open up a browser on your device, go to crusadechannel.com/app, tap the download button, then open the app. It is literally that easy. Install the Crusade Channel 2.0 app today at crusadechannel.com/app.
This is a pixel. I'm Groot. If you put a couple of million of these guys together, you can make a sentence on an LED screen. Put a couple of billion of them together, and you can make a whole page. Put 360 billion, and you've got Joseph Pierce's A History of True England. But it doesn't smell like a history of true England, and it burns teeny little holes in your cornea. So, is the pixel really your friend? I'm Groot. No, Groot, but the Founders Trading Post is your friend, and we have actual books with actual smelly pages. Plus, our little bookstore has everything you'd expect. I'm Groot. Yep, we got Sacred Heart flags, Groot, but no to the One Tree Hill sappy guitar music.
Pick up a copy of Joseph Pierce's True History of England, plus a dozen other Joseph Pierce titles at shop.mychurch.com. It's not tape or a Post-it or a candy bar, but this new 3M
is the freshest spin on true crime shows since dinosaurs were solving cold cases with fossil evidence. Yeah, it's that original, folks.
Mom's Murders and Mysteries. New episodes debut every Tuesday night, 6:30 East, 4 West, exclusively on the Crusade Channel. Live talk podcast radio, the way it should be. In a world more and more infiltrated with fake news, AI-generated slop, isn't it great knowing that Crusade Channel News is still researched, written, and performed by actual humans? Hey, what are you doing in here? Oh no! Get your hands off of me! You chipped my chip.
Boys, break it up! Jeez.
Catch Crusade Channel News weekday mornings on the Crusade Channel. Live talk and podcast radio the way it should be.
No AI was harmed in the making of this radio content, but we hope to next time.
Since 1992, on the Veritas Radio Networks, Crusade.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man. No time to talk. Music loud, women warm. I've been kicked around since I was born. But now it's alright. I'm okay. And you may look the other way, but we can try to understand. And New York Times don't make no man. Whether you're a brother or whether you're a mother, you're staying alive, staying alive. Feel the city breaking and everybody shaking. We're staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. When you walk, but now I get low when I get high, and if I can't get in, I really try. Got the wings of heaven on my shoes. I'm a dancing man, and I just can't lose. You know it's alright, it's okay. I live to see.
And we are up to 13,000 views on X.com today. Welcoming all of you in. This is real live talk radio the way it should be. You never heard talk radio like this because no one broadcasts it anymore except for us. Every day, 6 to 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. You be here tomorrow and we'll do the exact same thing. And welcoming all of you that are listening and watching out there wherever you are. Thank you so much. Folks, we are getting close to the 10 grand. Maria Hart, thank you. There's so amazing. David was talking about it's not the size of the thing, it's the quality of it, and the people whose lives you've touched and you influence and what have you. I met the Hearts. The Hearts came to a Congress, and the Hearts have come to other events, and these are salt of the earth kind of people, and it's just great to know that Maria and her husband are still out there listening. Thank you so much. Troy Clayton, thank you. MDB patron. Now, I'm not sure what MDB patron means. I know it's a reference to someone. I just don't know who. Jacqueline, I'm surprised you didn't drop your donation in when Fiorella was on. Oh, she was in school, so you could do a shout-out to Fiorella. We're getting close to $10,000, and I want to thank all of you. It's been such a wonderful celebration of our 10th anniversary. I tried to get in touch with, and I failed, with a gentleman who goes by the name of Mark Kreslins. Remember, Maggie, we'd sit in there and we'd listen to the Kreslin show. When he was on in the morning, was the glory days of the Mark Kreslin show. I know what all of you, and I actually found the show. Suzanne Sherman is on the Dude Maker hotline with us. Suzanne, I know you were listening there. I actually found the show. I have it, and I'm gonna broadcast it one day. I found the show where Kreslin's first introduced the species of people, Americans, he calls Olive Gardenians. Do you remember Olive Gardenians?
I remember it well. Happy anniversary, by the way. And I remember very much, you talk about changing lives. When I had a phone call with him, I had been doing just some off-the-cuff radio broadcasting or internet-based with a friend of mine, and I had parted ways with them, and he had a very long discussion with me and convinced me to get back in it and join you guys, and it was one of my better decisions in life.
The Suzanne option. Now that I've actually been to the location where the Suzanne option was from, it all makes sense now, because I've actually seen the desert that you live in. Or not really a desert, the valley at the base of a mountain in which you live.
It is actually a desert, which is interesting, but we are in the Wasatch Back. And we had such a great time with you that day, and it was so fun. You didn't get to see the original setting we had when we moved there, but you got to see the new, improved version that literally rose from the ashes.
Your home is stunning. It really ought to be in a magazine. I mean, as a matter of fact, I'm going to keep my promise, and Maggie and I are going to go back to Park City. We'll go to that event. We're going to drag Jeff Johnson out there too. We'll go. Awesome. We'll all go to that event together, and then we'll go knock some cigars and some bourbon back at Suzanne's place. Folks, Suzanne and her son Ayrton took us on a tour of the hinterlands of Nevada, right outside of Park City. And Utah. What's that?
Utah, hinterlands of Utah.
Utah. What did I say?
Nevada.
Oh, Utah. Yeah, of course I meant Utah. And we went. She took us to the top of a mountain. Now, this could either be a setup for a horror movie. And she shows us this. She shows us this abandoned house that she's bought. And I'm going like, okay, this could be the setup here. Maggie and I are going to get sacrificed up here. And then she takes us to a vantage point where we're at like 9,000 feet elevation. And off in the distance, Maggie, you had the picture. You took pictures of it. We have the most amazing view of the mountain range, the only one in North America that goes east and west. What's the name of the mountain? The Ulios? What are they called again?
The Uintas.
The Uintas.
So when you land in Park City Airport, you'll see the Wasatch Mountains. That's the Wasatch Front, and that runs north-south, and that's actually part of the Rocky Mountain range. And then the Uintas, which were kind of nestled in between the Wasatch Back and the crook of the Uintas, which run east and west. And a friend of mine is a geologist, and she gave me that little factoid. And if you look on a map showing elevations, you see actually that does look like that. When you come back next time, we'll have to go for a drive out there, and I can show you some even more remote areas, part of which Yellowstone was filmed in, and some scenes there that I can show you. And yeah, it's absolutely breathtaking, stunning.
Maggie was watching season 1 Yellowstone the other day. She I think watched the first 5 episodes, and I'm watching it going like, I've been there. I know that place. I know that. They were driving somewhere and we went there. We went right past where they filmed that scene in the Yellowstone. They filmed a bunch of scenes not far from your house.
Well, my house was actually part of it. It was originally set to be Rainwater's house, and when you drive, you saw on the opening scene when John, was it Dutmore, was or his son Casey was taking that Mustang that was past that sign, Broken Rock Indian Reservation. I showed you right where that spot was. That was on my street. And then where Mo was with Rainwater when he was arrested, that was his cattle chutes on my street also. And then I watched them film that scene with the coyote from my porch with Mo and Gil, who played Rainwater.
No, it was so cool that we were right there, and we were looking at all this in the Utah hinterland. So Yellowstone is set in Montana, but they use the first 2 years they use Utah. It wasn't until season 3 or season 4 that they actually went to Montana to film some of it. In any event, we didn't come here to talk about that. We came to talk about how Mark Kreslins called me one day, and famous for his Kreslins. Now Kreslins.
You big dummy.
You big dummy. And Mark came up with this idea, or this radio bit that he would do, and he would talk about things that the way that things should be, but they're not, because most Americans are Olive Gardenians. And they don't give a rat's furry behind most things, because remember what he used to say, as long as there's Olive Garden and Regal Cinema still open, nothing is going to change.
And we still have Olive Garden.
I don't know about Regal Cinema, but he called me. He goes, well, he sent me an email, and he said, you have to check out this Suzanne Sherman lady. She's a prepper. She's a pioneer woman on steroids, and she's done radio before, and I think she'd make a great show. So he sent me whatever. And I went and I looked, and I went, oh, this is interesting. So then we did a call. You and I and Kreslins did a call. And then we decided, okay, well, we could figure out how to get... I still don't know how you got internet out there now that I've been out there. Back in the old day, 10 years ago, how did you... We would connect you... Now I understand. Via Skype, what was your internet connection out there?
We moved to that location in 2013, and at that time, we had satellite, which was a disaster.
Yes.
And I had two boys, 12 and 14, and as you can understand, they want internet, as did I at that point. And so then that was so bad, we went to DSL, and that was very slow. And then they had upgraded that, I knew, because I heard my older son, Ayrton, in his room. And that was apparently when we got upgraded to a higher speed. And now, when my new home was being built, I got a call from a consultant. I work with All West. Would you like fiber at your location? And I just said, I don't answer stupid questions. So now we have fiber internet out there faster than anything that we have in the city with at my family's house where I'm at right now. So. It's just strange how things work out. So I finally got an area rug laid out in that office I showed you and picked out a desk. So we'll be hopefully up and running without that echo and reverb very soon.
So Kreslin sent me the stuff, and I went and I looked at it and talked with Suzanne, and we agreed to a launch date. And you did the Suzanne option for almost a year, maybe a little bit longer. You had some great guests on that show. I was looking, and I have all of them. I just, that particular Mac Pro that all of the shows were on, bit the dust 5 years ago, and I still have it. I don't ever throw Macs away. I keep them. So I have the boxes with all the drives in them, but I just didn't have it handy. Otherwise, you would have been on that potluck rotation that we ran last night. And now Suzanne is she's written the Red Hot Chili Pepper book. She's written a book about federalism that Elon Musk retweeted.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
And
I sent that screen cap to my son, and he said, "What?" And then I can't repeat the next thing that he wrote on there. But let's just say he was surprised.
That's amazing. And then of course we got to go and when Maggie and I were in Park City for daughter number one's wedding a month and a half or so ago. Oh, no, a month and a week ago. Suzanne and Ayrton came and we met in Park City and decided after the brunch that we would head on up to the home and go see check out the Red Hot Chili Peppers place, and we're glad that we made it. Well, Suzanne, you were a part of the first year of the Crusade Channel. Can you believe 10 years later, here we are, still here?
There's no doubt in my mind. I think the biggest shame is that this isn't just viral, just smoking all the other stations, because you mentioned touching lives. And when I first heard you was in, I think, 2010 when you were on the old station. And I was buying this truck and the salesman said, "Hey, you look like you'd like the Patriot Channel." So once I bought the truck, I'm sitting in the parking lot outside Barnes & Noble's in Gilroy, and I'm listening to this guy talking about my beloved Newt Gingrich and Republican Party is big government Decepticons. I thought, wait, I thought this was the Patriot Channel. Who is this guy? And I started listening and paying attention, and I got to tell you, Mike, it changed my worldview, and through you, I met some amazing people, and that book never would have happened if I hadn't tuned in that day. And it was you and Andrew and the So-So one. And boy, the cream rose to the top, and I knew who to take seriously after listening a little while.
The So-So one. All right, I have another guest to get to, but I got one quick Suzanne story I have to tell you. And I hope you'll remember this. I'll never forget this. During the controversy that Jeffrey Lord and Mark Levin, the not great one, started. The kind of average one started. Levin did a radio show, and he decided that I was his target. He made fun of backbenchers Tom Woods and backbencher Kevin Gutzman, but focused most of his 3-hour-long tirade on me. That's right. For 3 hours, Levin. And then there was, it calmed down and everything, and the whole thing blew over. We were victorious because we took the high road. And then about 6 months or so later, it came back up again. And this time, Levin took his medicine man, his average guy, his average one show, and went on and mentioned my name and then threatened me and said, "I know where you live. I know who you are, you little punk. I know where you live." And Suzanne, you were in the car with the boys, and one of them videotaped you listening to Levin say it, and then you screaming, "Oh my God, I know him! You can't do that, Levin! You can't do that, you big..." And there was a couple of F words in there, you big blanking bully or whatever. And somehow I got a hold of that video, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, we were actually at the California border, crossing in, visiting my family from my place, and it finally came on, and we started recording it, and there was some commentary there that's not safe for the Crusade Channel.
and I saw that video, and I was wow, that's pretty amazing. Okay, Suzanne, look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you for being part of the 10 years. As I said, you were part of of year number 1 and year number 2. Here we are in year number 10. And when the Red Hot Chili Pepper is ready to for her studio to get back online, I am ready to broadcast her.
Fantastic. Look forward to it. Love you guys so much.
Love
Bye-bye.
you too, sweetheart. And say hi to Ayrton for us.
Oh, I will. He's on a 3-week business trip right now. Vegas, Phoenix, back in Vegas. We'll get you caught up.
Oh,
Literally.
That kid is a doer. I tell you what. All right, Suzanne. God bless you. Thank you.
Bye.
So good to hear from so many great people. I see that Junk Bond is still in the chat room. She calls Mark Levin the so-so one. Okay, let me give you an update. We got 30 minutes to go. And money is coming in still. The donations are still coming in. We're trying to get to 10,000 before the end of the 4-hour broadcast. And I have the total right now is $8,935.
Yep, that's what it is.
An unbelievable, incredible thing. The little radio station that could, if you're watching out there on X or on Pride Book, you have to simply be amazed. Who are these people? And how many donors today?
Over 85.
No, you're almost at 100 now. Almost at 100 donors. And you're going like, I never even heard of this station until Mike took $100 out and boosted the X broadcast today. So now 15,000 people have seen it going like, well, what is this? It's the Mike Church Show. We do it every day. This is the Crusade Channel. You should be listening to it. You should join us at crusadechannel.com. Speaking of someone that has been involved in the Crusade Channel since 2018 in some way, shape, or form, I take all of his mad scientists. He is a mad radio scientist. A mad radio scientist. He's also an author. He's a writer. He's a TV host. He's KV Turley. He's on our StreamYard Maker hotline. You really are a radio creative, mad scientist genius. How are you, buddy?
Well, you know what they say, Mike? It takes one to know one.
No, but for listeners to know, KV and I met in 2018 in August or July. No, it was August of 2018 in downtown London. You gave us a tour of Old London, and we have been friends and colleagues ever since. For those of you that don't know, the idea for the Halloween Fright Fest Radio Classics, Kevin's. The idea for the radio drama marathon, Kevin's. The idea for the Shakespeare Radio Theater marathon, Kevin's. These are all your ideas. I just took them and went, hey, can we actually do that? And we actually can and did. So you have been a part of this last 10 years, my friend.
Yeah, you've also left out the last Sherlock Holmes story.
Yes, the last confession of Sherlock Holmes. KV's idea. You know what? And that thing has borne so much fruit now because we had Jim Mosier, our musical genius. He did do it, and you remember this. You remember the theme song, right? Sherlock theme song.
Yes, I remember it. I heard it today. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we were there. Wait a minute. We can repackage this. We have this awesome track here that Jim wrote for us for the last confession of Sherlock Holmes. Which, by the way, KV, here it is. Just a little snippet of this. And it sounds so good, and it was so Sherlocky back in 2019.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I have to say, Mike, and first of all, congratulations on the last 10 years.
Thank you.
It's been a heck of a ride. So many people have been involved in it, and one of the things that I find a little bit maybe not sad, but today there are so many other people could have joined the show just to say it was fun, you know. I mean, people come and go, and we know all of that, but you know, at the end of the day, the Crusade Channel was a one-off. and it was an absolute fun ride, and I've absolutely been very, very happy to be part of it. And you know what? I think it was it Simpson said it? I can't remember, or maybe Junk Bond, one of them. The thing that you've demonstrated in the last 10 years, Mike, which is how I would describe you to people and how I have described you to people, is that you have that grit, tenacity. You have stuck at this for 10 years, and only those of us who have worked alongside you know just how difficult that can be to keep going, right? that whatever your persona on air, off air, you're a gentleman, but I know what you're up against every single day, and that makes the 10 years achievement all the more impressive. So hats off to Mr. Mike Church, a one of a kind. And Mike, I've got this funny feeling, okay?
Okay.
You can cut this. I've got a funny feeling that the best is yet to come.
Well, let us all say a little Hail Mary that he is correct. Well, let me just say, and thank you very much for that. Let me just say something to you. And Kevin's advice to me when we've talked strategy, and we've talked it many times, hour-and-a-half long conversations, Kevin has always wrapped that up with something in writing, because you are a writer at the end of the day. You're a TV presenter, you're a radio presenter, the host of Turley's Believe It or Else, radio shows on FM radio stations in Alabama. I think you did some radio in Austin, Texas. You've done radio everywhere. The only place you haven't done radio is in the UK. Or have you?
No, I have done radio in the UK too.
Okay. Kevin would follow up and he'd say, Mike, my final piece of advice to you is you think too small. You need to think big. Dream big. Big dreams. Not little dreams, big dreams. So I actually think that, when I come up with harebrained schemes, I actually think that they are all too big and too grandiose. And, of course, I have Maggie O'Connell over there to remind me that they are all too big and too grandiose. And they go like, that'll never work. Don't do that. That'll never work. But we have tried to embrace that. Well, we're just going to do it bigger than anyone has ever done it. And by the way, to your comment, we'll be celebrating 10 years for the entire year. And I hope, is actually my intention, that we will hear from other people that were involved in the Crusade Channel all of these years. And yes, we would love to talk to all of them and have all of them be a part of it, because they were a part of the 10 years. The number is, it's a number that's surprising. It's probably between 33 and 50. The amount of people that have at some level, at some point in time, tried to do this thing we call Crusade Channel Talk Radio.
I know it's fascinating. My only regret, unless there has been somebody chronicling the last 10 years, because it would make for a fantastic read. Do you know what I mean? Like the ups and downs and the ins and outs. And but I'm glad to hear that maybe people will come back, because I was a listener before I was a participant, and a host, and all the rest of it. And you get attached to shows, and you get attached to hosts, and then they disappear, and then somebody else comes. And so I think the audience would probably enjoy people to come back and say, yeah, it was worth it. It was great fun.
Oh, and we'd love to have them. I'd love to hear from all of them. And the door is open. I'll say something to you, because I can tell you this, of something that I have discovered in the 10 years, and that is that, and you know this because you've done it now. 1 hour a day, 5 days a week. How hard is that?
Hard.
One word answer. Hard. 2 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Harder.
And 3 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Superhuman.
And there are very few superhumans. And most people can't do it, or they they have cracks in their structure, if you will, in other places because it is something that you literally have to. It is a commitment unlike anyone can possibly understand until you have actually done it. I mean, you've told me, Mike, don't ask me to fill in for 3 hours again. Can I just do 2?
Well, I would put it a slightly different way. Don't ask me to do 3 hours of American politics.
Yes, no, don't. And you know what? This is something my friend, I don't know if I ever shared you with it. I had back in the 90s and early 2000s, up until around 2006 or 7, I knew and I was very close to a radio consultant who was the guru. He was the go-to guy for the FM talk radio stations. At one point in time, he was probably a consultant to 45, 50 stations. Of course, they all got bought up by Clear Channel and put out of business. But his name was Walter Sabo Media. And Walter told me something one day and I have never forgotten it, the day that he told it to me. Actually, he would say it often, but he actually told it to me in person one day. And he said, I'll try to do his voice. Mike, I've told you before, let me tell you again. If it's snowing outside, as much as you hate the f***ing snow, talk about the f***ing snow. And I never forgot it. If they're talking about the so Mike, they're talking about the f***ing government shutdown. Shut the up and talk about the f***ing government shutdown. Thank you. It was Walter's advice, and it may sound simple and stupid, but I never forgot it. And he was of course right. And the point that he was making is, look, the reason that Scare America didn't make it was not because they were liberals, as we used to call them. That's not why they didn't make it. They didn't make it because they sucked. It was awful radio. It was terrible.
But also, Mike, we're laughing about 3 hours. One of the things I've learned from you is that radio is a vocation. And and I know there's a lot of people want to go on radio because they think it's kind of something they want to do. But there are very, very few people who have the vocation to go on radio. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
This is something that's not about celebrity. It's not about a stepping stone to something else. You alluded to it earlier when you were talking about very few people have the gift of the theater of the mind. And they understand the theater of the mind, and they understand how that's part and parcel of the whole show. And even on this side of the Atlantic, I listen to a lot of radio people, and they're just not radio people, you can tell. There is one exponent of the art, though, on your side of the Atlantic, which I think you've missed out on. He recently ran for the New York mayor, Curtis Sliwa. Have you heard of him? You know the guy.
Oh, I have heard. Guardian Angel Radio. I absolutely have heard him.
Correct. Well, he used to do, until he started that madness of running for political office recently, he used to do 6 hours on 77 WABC on a Saturday night and a Friday night. Okay. Yep. And honestly, Mike, I used to listen to it over here because it was John's during the day. That man, and he referenced it, he knew his radio history like you do. He knew the great exponents of the art, and he understood the theater of the mind. He had no guests. It was just him and the audience, the call-ins, and his theater of the mind, 6 hours on the trot. And he did it, and he was brilliant at it.
And I'll tell you, he was preceded, or it was a colleague of his, I talked about him the other day, Bob Grant. And I'm like, you people would not survive an hour with Bob Grant on the Crusade channel. You wouldn't make it. You'd quit. You'd curse him, and you go, I'm not listening to this guy anymore. And there are other great radio guys that we can. I'm not sure you're familiar with, but maybe you know. When I worked in Miami, I worked at 610 WIOD, which was the legendary station. Phil Hendry worked there. Yes. Larry King worked there.
Yes.
And, of course, the greatest radio personality in all of Florida history. Neil Rogers worked there.
Was Neil Rogers the really dour, offensive one?
Yes.
Let me just give you a sideline on that. Do you know when I was doing the radio show in Alabama, which we simulcast occasionally, Mike? The woman who was the head of the radio station had worked with Neil Rogers.
Neil Rogers, for those of you that don't know, was a gay Jew atheist. And
self-hitting.
He was the morning show guy on WK. I forget. Oh God, what's the rock station in Miami? And he was milquetoast. He was just average. He wasn't very good. He was nothing that anyone would stand out. And I never got the whole story, but something happened one morning. And somebody told him something privately off air, and it set him off. And he went like, well, I'm going to go on the air, and I'm going to talk about this guy, and I'm going to give him both barrels. The Neil Rogers Show was born that day. And people were calling in, more. And you see, the thing was, Kevin, and you know this, and so do great radio minds and great radio listeners. And by the way, there are great radio listeners. Our boy in the chat room, Randy Mundy, is probably one of the greatest, other than you, greatest radio listeners that I know. I mean, the guy knows every classic radio show we play. He knows it. Mandel Kramer on to some of you. Neil figured out in that one show what everyone knows that's good at this, and that is that people want to hear you. They don't care about your guests. They're okay to have them. Please don't misunderstand. They want to hear you. They come to know you. They come to love you. They come to expect you to say things. They come to, I'm going to turn on KV Turley's Believe It or Else today. He better hit me with something I don't know. It's all about you. Everything is about you. It begins and it ends with you. You know, this was Al Rushbo's secret. Rush had this figured out. Entertain. And he used to say, the show, my friends, I don't need guests because I am the expert. This show is all about me and what I think. And he was right, wasn't he?
No, totally. But also Steve Jobs, who I know is not radio, but I think it was Steve Jobs has the famous quote where he said, he was talking about the Apple world, and he said, you build a world and then you invite people to come into it.
Wow.
And that's what, you're doing on your show and your channel, what the great radio, the Rushes and the Neils and so on, that's what they were doing. The worst type of radio, which you and I know, Mike, is where somebody comes on and tries to be a cookie cutter version of somebody else to get an audience. They're not authentic. They're not themselves. They're not talking about what they're interested in. They just want to be on the radio. The audience sniff them out a mile away. And I'm glad you brought up the audience, because one of the other things that a number of people have said to me, and I would concur, is that you have one of the nicest, most loyal, most lovable audiences that there are in Radioland.
It is a incredibly diverse and viciously, and I say that with viciousness, if it's possible to say it with admiration, a viciously loyal group. Wait a minute, did I just hear that commercial? Why is it playing again? I complain about it, but we have watchdogs out there that know when things have gone wrong. And it's the bane of my existence that, I didn't see that coming. That's terrible. KV, now look, we've raised $8,985 at the last.
Wow.
Well, wait a minute. Add 500 because it just came in. So $9,485. If I get to 10,000 today, I have enough to pay you to do a KV Turley's Believe It or Else for 1 week this December. Do we have a deal?
Just hold my beer for a moment while I tell the audience what to do next, Mike. Listen, if you want a Turley's Believe It or Else Christmas special, 2 hours, 3 hours, you take your pick. You start working those phones. You start writing those checks. You start sending that money through to Mike. Listen, he's done 10 years. Most people get out of prison after 10 years. In this country. Give the man a break. Let Maggie's migraine disappear for just a moment. Yes. You know, start sending in the money. We need the money. We need your money. It's all for a good cause. And if you hit 10,000 today, yes, I will gladly do. And I will do it for free. I will donate it to the Mike Church Memorial Fund.
Don't say memorial. Not yet. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet.
I was joking. Come
okay,
on.
All right.
So listen, folks, that's a deal. You've heard it on air, and I'd be very happy to do it. But Mike, you know, I mean, the trouble is you do it every day. You never get rusty. I'll have to dig out all my equipment, start setting it up. I'll have to think about what I'm saying as opposed to just vegetating. You don't know what you... Anyway, we could do something.
Well, okay, we'll do it. I have one more guest to get on, Kevin.
Okay.
He is KV. Hey, are we still writing at the National Catholic Register? I haven't seen a piece from you in a while.
I do write occasionally. Yeah, I still write.
Can I tell you that I thought since I started reading you like back in 2000, there was an article you wrote, and it wound up at the American Conservative magazine. I'm talking 10 years ago, maybe longer than that. And I was like, whoa, who's this Irishman? Or fancy that you were an Irishman. Can I tell you that I have always loved your writing? I love your style of writing. It's very unique. And if it's possible for writing to be theater of the mind, you write like a radio guy talks. And I love reading you. So keep it up.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, I appreciate you, and we'll be in touch about that show. And thank you for being with us and being part of 6 of those 10 years, Kevin. Thank you.
No, thank you. God bless you and all your audience.
Okay, that's a KV Turley, everybody, and gosh, we are so blessed. All right, you got to say it. You got to say it.
No, I mean I said it in passing as a laughable thing that I was going to shave your beard if we got to $10,000.
No.
So if we get to 10. I'm going to have to shave your beard, honey.
Oh, you're not shaving my beard. You made that. You know, I remember an old... Is Jim Mosier still there? Yeah. I remember an old radio bit, Jim. I remember an old radio bit. Steve Walton, or John Walton and Steve Johnson were the #1 radio show host here in New Orleans for years. And it was a Walton and Johnson show. As a matter of fact, he died 5 years ago, and they still call it the Walton and Johnson show. I remember one day, and I'm trying to remember her last name, Lainey, what was that? I was going to say Lainey Stevens. I remember one day they're always cracking jokes at their news guy, kind of like Lee is always cracking jokes at your expense. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. They're always cracking jokes at Lainey's expense. So one day I can't remember exactly what it is they were talking about, but she does the news and then she leaves. And then John Walton, who drove the show, comes on and goes, "Is Lainey gone?" And Steve, he played a bunch of characters, and one of the characters goes, "I don't know. Let me look around the corner there. Let me go out yonder and take a look." He goes to me and goes, "Yeah, she gone. She down the hall. She's in the lady room. And down there talking to the other hens. Why? What's up?" And John goes, "Let's make a bet. If the Saints lose this week, Lainey has to shave her head on air." And somebody calls in and goes, "I'll bet you $500 against Lainey shaving her head." And they never told her. So they made the bet. She comes back in and nobody says a word. Well, the Saints lose. So Monday, the guy calls in and she's there in the studio, and he goes, "Oh, Lainey's here. Well, let's go to Jim and Spencer. Jim, you're on the Walton and Johnson show." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm calling to collect my bet. You guys bet that you would shave Laney's head on air if the Saints lost against my $500. Well, they lost. Get to shaving. And of course, Laney was like hell, and she it was a hysterical bit, but that's how radio comes together like that. Gray radio is just kind of like you just kind of imagine it.
Well, maybe Megan could just shave your back.
Oh, dude! Low blow! That was low!
Happy birthday, Mike.
Thank you very much. Although I'm not sure that... No, it's a happy birthday. There is one person that has been a part of this 10 years and has been every day for the 10 years. You also have been a part of the previous 15 years, and that is, of course, Jim Mosier, who you know from so many different voices and so many different bits and songs and what have you. When you hear the Mike Church Show Band, you're hearing the musical genius that is Mosier. And of course, we talked about this before, and about how you broke into radio with Arrow Collins and John Hancock at WBT. Yeah. Are they still doing any decent talk radio in Charlotte and WBT?
I mean, Hancock comes on. I'm not sure what time he comes on. You know, he went into retirement, but he's back on WBT. I just don't, I don't have time to listen to it anymore.
So you doesn't have time to listen anymore.
No, I listen.
Gee, I wonder what you're busy doing.
Well, I'm doing the Mike Church Show, and among other things, I'm standing in line at the EBT office.
Standing in line. Can we buy, Mosier? Look, Jim, we are at $9,805. We got $195 to go.
Wow.
Can we buy Jim a week's worth of groceries?
Yeah. Please.
You literally are a starving artist.
Wow. Yeah, man. 10 years ago, I'll never forget it. I came upstairs for lunch here above the studio, and I'm in the kitchen, and I get a call from you, and it's like, dude, I need a favor. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll be working for free for the next year. What is it, Mike? And you told me about your idea and what you wanted to do, and you were leaving Sirius and everything. And of course, as always, I'm in. And yeah, it was 10 years ago. We've done some incredible stuff over that past 10 years.
We're still doing incredible stuff. One of the things that, by the way, folks, we are making an announcement here. With 45 seconds to spare. 45 seconds to spare. Ba, 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 ba. So with Jim Mosier as my witness and Maggie O'Connell and all of you listening out there in Radio Land, the most incredible thing, $10,000, the last $200 that threw us over the top, came in, I was looking at it, at $959.24. $959.24.
Whoa!
To get to the 10,000 in one day. An absolutely incredible testament to the audience of the Crusade channel and the Old Veritas Radio Network. Thanks to all of you, and it's still coming in now. We're at 10,130 now. Thanks to all of you guys. So I'm going to have to send Jim. I'm going to have to send Jim Mosier a care package.
Yes! Did you hear that, Zimmer the cat?
Can we just put money on your Venmo card?
Apple Pay.
Apple Pay. Well, just put money on his Apple Pay card. Let me tell you one of the most amazing things about all this, and we're going to extend just a little bit. One of the most 25 years in, this guy and me are still making what I say are radio hits.
Yeah.
The bits between you and Lee are hysterical.
She's great, man. I can't believe I found her. She's amazing.
Well, the gratifying thing to yours truly, and you know this because you worked with songwriters, really good ones. The gratifying thing, and you don't know, but I suppose you know if you wrote "You Light Up My Life," you'd know, yeah, that's going to be a hit.
Right.
So many with that chord progression, you know it's going to be a hit. You just got to find the right person to sing it, right?
Right.
But one of the most gratifying things, and this has not happened to me because I've always been the one that had to do the acting, is that for the first time ever, and again, the band is creating amazing, phenomenal imaging. I just write the bits. I write, and then I send them to Jim, and he prints them out, and he sends them to Lee, and it sounds like they're in the same room, but they're not. And you record her over an internet connection, and then we get it back, and it's the most incredible, amazing thing that, and good talent can do this. You guys turn what are probably average jokes into very hysterical jokes. And then, of course, you every once in a while, I'll listen to go like, I didn't write that line. I say that. Like the one from the other day is probably the greatest example. And Maggie, it's Candace's favorite line. And that is, where's the Gatorade? My debit card got stuck in the machine again.
I love it.
Playing the boomer part and playing it with cheer is it's a task.
As a Gen Xer, I love playing a boomer. It's great.
And she plays it so well. You're such a boomer.
I know.
And you know what? I didn't. The first time that line came out, I didn't write that line. She said that. I wrote something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't I? I didn't call. It wasn't boomer. I had written something else, and you called me and you goes, look, she doesn't like the line. She doesn't think it's funny. She wants to say boomer instead. I said, dude, whatever makes it funny. So it's funny that kind of riff on you being the boomer and not tech savvy and what have you. When truth be known, you're the most tech savvy person I know.
Yeah, and it's funny because after she did that, we record those live together on Zoom, but I'm having her record her part on her computer and I'm recording on mine. And then I listened to it back as I'm working with it, and I caught that. And it was just natural for me to say, and I'm not a boomer, so it worked out great, man. She's just a true talent. And one more thing, man. Don't say, oh, I just write. No, you hand us, you're a writer, and your writing is great, and it's just like, any writer in a film or commercial or whatever. You have it. You have to have something good to turn over to the actors, and then have the actors interpret it. So, applause to you, my friend.
Well, thank you very much. And as I said, I never got I never got to write for anyone else. I was always writing for. Well, I was writing for Mike Zients, who also could take the words and turn them into stuff. And I was writing for you, but I was never writing like comedy bits for other people to like act out in the voice. And here we are, and we actually have them now. I can't wait to write, and it's going to come. Another talk track.
I know. That's the best.
Oh, and it sounds like it actually sounds like a Star Trek episode.
Yeah, I definitely slaved over that. I obviously found some some stuff online, but a lot of those sounds I also created with my synthesizers and stuff.
And we had you had the ability to do that. I can tell you that I have finished episode number 3 of the Coffee Cop with the new cast, and this one might be the funniest yet.
Awesome.
Especially knowing how she can deliver the timing. Because Jim, comedy is all about timing.
Oh yeah,
it's all timing. The line is good. I mean, it's great to have a good line. But if you don't time it exactly, you're not going to get the laugh.
Right. And Lee's got really good comedic timing. She doesn't think so. It's so funny because this is like, wow, I don't even see what you guys see in me, but she's got it.
It's a great combo, and we're lucky to have him. Well, brother, you were on air. You were with us. You were the good luck charm. 10,000 came in. There's already a box out there with a bunch of coffee in it for you. So
awesome.
I'll be bringing that to the post office today. Thanks for being part of the Crusade Channel 10 years, and of course 25 years now with the Mike Church Show. Wow, what an achievement!
I know. Well, you're natural to me. You're the GOAT.
Thank you, brother.
There's no other.
All right, man. Thank you. We and of course we all love you, Jim, and your hair.
Yeah, we love you. I love you too.
Okay, buddy. We'll talk soon.
All right. Take care, pal.
All right, folks. Can you believe it?
I'm shaving your beard, bro. I promised.
You can shave it during the Christmas break. How about that?
I'm just saying, I made a promise, bro. Gotta do it.
You made a promise to people that with a property.
You voluntold me all the time. This is voluntold.
I am not being voluntold and shaved. We'll see. Thanks to all of you for joining us on the CrusadeChannel.com and the 10th anniversary show. As I told KV earlier, it's the 10th anniversary year. It's the year. Like it's birthday month for me. It's not birthday, it's birth month. This is 10th anniversary year. We can do it all, or we're going to continue it all year. And I agree with KV. People were asking questions about certain individuals. Is such and such coming? Is such and such not coming? Did you extend an olive branch to such and such? I've been tweeting about the 10th anniversary for 2 weeks now. Some of those that you asked questions about, I never got an congratulations. Attaboy. Thanks. I never got anything from, not a mention. As a matter of fact, the only person that I actually got a mention from is not even in our orbit. And I even told him, and I'm like, dude, you realize that you stepped outside of the bounds of decency. You're the first Catholic media person to actually acknowledge that a thing called the Crusade Channel exists, much less congratulate us on 10 years. I hope you know that your life is ruined and your career is over. I don't know if he got the message or not, but if he did. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this broadcast here today, and it is coming up, and thanks to those continuing to donate. We appreciate it so much. Gregory Risto, thank you. And for all of you who made such tremendous, unbelievable contributions today. I'm going to tell you that the most rewarding thing of all of this is that at the end of the day, the Crusade Channel is a family. It's a community. I don't believe that 1.5 million followers that you bought and paid for, however you got them, makes you a community. I do not believe that 3 million followers that you bought, however, makes you a community. I do believe that when you're given the opportunity, you respond as you would when a family member calls you and says, hey, I'm in a rough spot. Could you spot me 100? Such and such, brother-in-law's not working. I don't know what I'm going to do. It'll take me a couple of weeks to get on the EBT program. I don't know. What do you think? And to have someone in the family say, hey, man, I got this. Don't worry about it. We got you. That's what it truly means to be a crusader and to be a member of the Crusade channel and the family that we have here and continue to have. Nothing else like it on radio is possible unless you actually commit to a crusade. And it is a crusade. It is a crusade to defend and to promote and to broadcast and to train the next generation of broadcasters who will defend the good, the true, and the beautiful, and to do it for the purpose of defending the good, the true, and the beautiful. Because they are worth defending. And I'd just like to point out for all of you that remain in doubt as to the miraculous, incredibly generous, loving power of the Blessed Virgin Mary. She was asked to lay her hand on your hearts and your minds again today and to get us over that little hump to that $10,000. So to Our Lady at Walsingham, who was appealed to directly by yours truly, and to pray, hope, and don't worry, and to leave it in her hands. And you can tell it's her because she always waits the 11th hour. You'll never have a prayer request that you dropped at the feet of Our Lady. You'll never get it early. It's almost like she's testing you. Do you still love me? Do you still trust me? I don't know, Mama. It's getting close. It's not looking good. Do you trust me? Yes or no? And if you do, and you do trust her, as is evidenced today, I couldn't have made those people in the last 20 minutes make up that $1,085. That wasn't me. That was her. So, again, I always encourage Marian devotion. And for those that think that, whatever it is that you think about it, I beg you to reconsider because, again, she is mother, read her litany, mother most amiable, mother most charitable. She's all those things. So, we thank her. And in thanks to all of you. What a great 10th anniversary extravaganza it has been. For those of you that heard this show for the first time today on X or Facebook or wherever, why aren't you joining us, bro? We do this every day, and I'm not the only one that does it. And I hope there are more people that join us in this endeavor here on the Crusade channel. So for Maggie and for Jim and for Mike and for Janet and Magdalene, who does not have a voice and has pneumonia now and can't even get out of bed, for Melissa and for Ashley, and for, who am I leaving out? For Allison Bricker and for Brother Andre Marie and all the sisters at the St. Benedict Center and everyone that's involved in this endeavor. From the bottom of our hearts, we love you. We can't imagine our lives without you in them. Thank you. And for Mike Parrott, of course, and Mike Parrott's family. I privately think his wife is always going like, you didn't talk to him again, did you? And he goes, oh, gosh, honey, I swear, no, I didn't commit to the KingDude tried to get me to, but I didn't commit to him, I swear. I really think that happens. When he comes home today, she's probably going to go, you talked to him again, didn't you? You made a promise to him, didn't you? To all those who are currently apart and have been apart, thank you, God. And as we have always say, and we will say again today, God bless you and Mary keep you. See you soon. Thanks to all of you again.
I'm gonna way back and it won't be long. I'm gonna